And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. It is that time again. It is that man again. So my part of the contract is fulfilled. It is only your presence that is needed now for everything now to be in place. So I am here. Where are you? One man went to mow. It is that time of the day, when we converge to discuss all matters Nigerian. On this platform, I being your host. So your host is here, the guest needed. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, the Kegites. So from the Kegites, gather, come and join. One man went to mow. We gather here every day to administer a correctional beating upon the personage of a lanky, languid Aboki, going by the name Malam Buhari. Buhari has been a bad boy. Utena gets the Koboko. Ade and Mukhtar hold him down, and let's administer this correctional beating. Buhari has been a bad boy. One man.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku Koni Riwagbeshe by the Kegites. So Iku Koni Riwagbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Members drag Ondo APC to court, seek nullification of World Congress. So this might well be a satellite little story just in the backwaters of some Yoruba space. But you are wondering why I am bringing it to this now international platform. But really, this speaks to the narrative that we have been speaking on for the past few days. That court judgment that was gotten in this same Ondo state to nullify Mia Buni as the chairman of the APC, with Oshibanjo now leading the charge for him to step down, and Malami leading the pushback to say that he would hold station. So this now tests that space. This is why we are bringing this story. Members drag Ondo APC to court, seek nullification of World Congress. So the first test now of that federal court judgment against Mia Buni, effectively nullifying him as the chairman of the APC. So we'll explore that. And then at Dangote, at it again, police police raid Lagos newspaper over story exposing corruption, debts at Dangote refinery. So Dangote shut a newspaper down essentially for exposing its corrupt practices, as though that was ever any real secret within the Nigerian space, that the so-called richest black man on the planet is mired in the highest form of corruption that the Nigerian space can muster. What can they muster in the eastern sector? So I am bringing you this story essentially just for the headline, because the headline now speaks to now what is evolving within the eastern quarters. Nnamdi Kanu, de facto Governor General of southeastern states. So this is what this now headline is having us to reflect upon and have it be the case that Nnamdi Kanu, to all intents and purposes, is now the Governor General, and by the Governor General, that means he wields the power of the southeastern states. So essentially, then the governor, the government, the power and the authority essentially over the entirety of IGBOLAND. So this is what this headline is inviting us to reflect upon. Nnamdi Kanu, de facto Governor General of southeastern states. So we'll explore that as well, yay or nay. So yay or nay, next storyline, how Nigeria's Code of Conduct Tribunal uncovered Yobe Governor's 3 billion property, 20 million stashed in 11 banks. So they are wolf that this guy is just looting, and looter continues, just ripping and looting all the way through. Buni, of course, the erstwhile and still current, not erstwhile but current Yobe State Governor, that now doubles as the chairman caretaker committee of the APC, never had a job in his life outside of politics, but is now trying to rival Dangote in wealth. So we look at that as well. We see what is going on in that space. Dixon, ex-BAYELSA governor in EFCC net. So corruption, of course, a story that we can just do solely for the next 10 years within the Nigerian space. So the looting of the oil wells of the oil-rich states Dixon up this time around. So we see what sort of naughtiness he has been up to. Sunday IGBOHO, what Benin government told Buhari administration. Femi Falana is the person speaking to that space. So we'll reflect on what we hear and reflect on what the SAN has to say as well. So all of that to go through, I am here to read it out to you and then just to moderate the discussion. But the thing only really completes and it only really has any meaning if you're here to take it on. So if you're new to the platform, this is how it works. I present the talking points and then I put a hyperlink in the comment section. You see it showing StreamYard. If you see a hyperlink, not a hyperlink, so okay. So a hyperlink, of course, is what I'm intending to say, and I'm sure that is what you know I was intending. So if you see a hyperlink saying StreamYard in the comment section, that hyperlink brings you onto the screen. So just as I am seeing you now, people will see you as well. And then you can interact with the topics of discussion, have your opinions expressed, have them challenged, and you challenge other people's opinions too. So that is the format. That is how it works. So one man went to move. The session about to commence, but will come in via Herbert Ogunde. So a bit of a breather, and then I come back in. But first to Herbert Ogunde. And there we are. And there we are, Tiwantiwa. So, Tiwantiwa, as guys, I bring you this. Members drag Ondo APC to court, seek nullification of World Congress. So, this speaks, as I said, to the chairmanship space of the APC party. Some aggrieved members of the All Progressive Congress in Ife Dore, local government area of Ondo State, have filed a suit at the Federal High Court, sitting in Akure, Ondo State, seeking nullification of the recently conducted party World Congress in the local government. The World Congress, which was conducted on July the 31st, 2021, was described by the party as free and fair, as there was said to be a consensus arrangement across the 203 wards in the state. However, the members in Ifedore local government area are crying foul over the exercise, hence the litigation. In the suit, the claimants, Mr. Shegun Boboyi and Mr. Idowu Adebusiyi, whilst the defendants include Malam Mia Malabuni, Mr. Boyega Isiaka, Mr. Adetimilehin, the Tunde Fawoyi, and the Independent National Electoral Commission. The claimants in the suit are asking for a court order to set aside all actions and decisions taken by the defendants in the Ifedore APC World Congress. They also asked the court to grant an injunction voiding the congresses. According to them, the Congress was undemocratic, illegal, unconstitutional, and null and void. Addressing journalists on Tuesday on the reason the suit was filed against the party, one of the claimants and leader in the party from the council area, Mr. Idowu Adebusiyi, said the party allegedly did not carry along the majority of the party members in the local government, saying that was why they headed to court to fight the alleged injustice. Adebusiyi mentioned that some of the leaders in the local government, including the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Mr. Bamidele Oloye Logun, supported the action they took against the party. He added that the crisis emanated after a consensus list submitted by majority of the APC leaders in Ifedore was substituted by some powers that some powers that be who submitted another list at the party secretariat. Adebusyi stated that the new list was unknown to majority of the party members in the local government area. He said, "We were surprised that a list written by few leaders was accepted at the party secretariat and ours was dropped. We cried to the governor. He referred us to the deputy governor, Lucky Ayeda Tiwa. After 3 days, he took us to the party secretariat, but the issue has not been resolved." The chairman of the Congress committee in Ondo State, Mr. Boyega Ishaka, said he was aware of the protest of the aggrieved members, but said the matter would be resolved. He insisted that the exercise was hitch free and there was no rancor anywhere over the Congress. So it goes on to speak to that local politics, but the main takeaway now is that Mia Buni illegality is now having its first challenge. So we can expect this now to be a recurring decimal in the news. Anybody that doesn't get his way within the APC structure will just go to court to have whatever judgment, whatever decisions made nullified for reasons that are Myanmar Buni's position, for reasons that Myanmar Buni's position is unconstitutional. So the constitutionality of Myanmar Buni, which of course arrowheads to the fight between Oshibanjo and Malami, this is what is now playing out in a local world in Ondo State. So we'll explore that. Police raid Lagos newspaper over story exposing corruption, deaths at Dangote refinery. So Dangote shut down a newspaper, but why? Armed policemen in Lagos State Tuesday invaded the office of King's Communication Limited, publishers of MMS Plus newspaper, over a story exposing corruption and debt in the Dangote refinery. The media outlet reported that the policemen arrested its editor in chief, Kingsley Anaroke, and the editor of MMS Plus, Kenneth Joko, over a story published on the possible takeover of the Dangote refinery by AMCON owing to increasing debts. After several failed attempts to get the editor to pull down the story, the Dangote spokesman, instead of a rejoinder, uh, uh, after several failed attempts to get the editor to pull down the story, the Dangote spokesman, instead of a rejoinder or the legal action which he threatened against our media house, he has resorted to bullying by sending 4 policemen to besiege the headquarters of King's Communications Limited in Festac, Lagos State, 7 a.m., the report states. The original report, AMCON may take over Dangote refinery as liabilities swell, reported on Sunday, said Dangote's group's debt profile was set to hit $8.4 billion by 2025. The report states that the company's debt is currently at about $7 billion, with $700 million per annum set for debt servicing. The refinery is projected to begin operations in 2025, though its completion date has been moved 8 times. The federal government has stepped in to ease founder Dangote's financial woes. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved the acquisition of 20% minority stake, which was at $2.76 billion, by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC) in the Dangote refinery project. The Dangote Group has been working on the facility set to carry about 10.4 million tons of petrol refining capacity per year. Its founder and promoter, Mr. Dangote, claimed the development would help encourage investment in Nigeria's oil and gas industry, but Mr. Dangote, relying on Nigeria's protectionist policies, continues to position himself as the sole beneficiary once operations kick off. In February, the Dangote Group proposed a provision in the now passed petroleum industry bill that would have banned the importation of oil by other companies who were without refining licenses. It was also recommended that the volume of imported fuel be distributed in line with the production capacity of other refineries. So we covered this that tail end of that space at length on this platform when this guy built in a clause into the petroleum industry bill to essentially give him almost virtual exclusivity over Nigerian oil. We can talk through that as well if you like when we get into the discussions. Nnamdi Kanu, de facto Governor General of Southeastern States. So this really more the headline than anything else. There's not much of a caption to this, but the headline itself. But there is a bit of a caption, so let's just get into it. There's a bit of an article to the headlines. Let's get into it. The people of the southeastern states of Nigeria ignored their governors on Monday and complied with the order of Nnamdi Kanu's indigenous people of Biafra to sit at home. The protest called by the so-called outlawed organization was successful as people stayed at home. It was to demand the release of the IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu from DSS detention. Banks, offices, markets were shut, streets were deserted. Students who were expected to write the NECO test in mathematics also obeyed the order. So, what this clearly shows is that the average Southeasterner has bought into the separatist campaign of IPOB led by Nnamdi Kanu. The average person listens more to Nnamdi Kanu than Governor Obiona or Obiano, Agunyi, Uzodinma, Umahi, or Ikweazu. So apologies from the way I just mangled those names, but you get the thrust of it. Several of the governors ahead of the protest issued warnings to their people to come out to work. The police also assured the people they will be protected, but they did not heed the warning or assurances. The police rather failed to protect themselves when gunmen attacked them in Nnewi Area Command in Anambra State. Next week, Monday, is another protest day. We shall see who really commands the southeast of Nigeria, the governors or the governor general Nnamdi Kanu. So that really now speaks really now to the heart of what is going on within that space. We talked about this at length yesterday, and it looks as though now this is now evolving and emerging to be the case. Very difficult to argue against that proposition that Nnamdi Kanu essentially owns the southeastern space. He can move the people at will because he has moved them at will in two instances now. Move them at will, that is, in contrast in often instances to what their governments and their governors are telling them. So the governors or government of those spaces tell them to do one thing, Nnamdi Kanu tells them to do another thing, and they do what Nnamdi Kanu asked them to do en masse. So who then controls the space? The governors of that space, of this now new appellation that is being ascribed to Nnamdi Kanu, the Governor General of the Southeastern States, Nnamdi Kanu. So we explored that, how Nigeria's Code of Conduct Tribunal uncovered Yobe Governor's 3 billion naira property, 2 billion naira stashed in 11 bank accounts. So this guy, of course, never done a day's work outside of politics in his life. So now let's now find out how he amassed this stupendous wealth. Yearning gaps have been discovered in the asset declaration form submitted by Yobe State Governor and caretaker committee chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Buni, to the Code of Conduct Bureau. So let me take that entirely all over again. Yearning gaps have been discovered in the asset declaration form submitted by the Yobe State Governor and caretaker committee chairman of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Buni, to the Code of Conduct Bureau, CCB. According to the form submitted on May the 23rd, 2019, and exclusively obtained by correspondence, Buni acquired different buildings in Abuja, Kano, Borno, Kaduna, and Yobe states, valued at 3.1 billion naira between 2015 and 2019, whilst serving as the national secretary of the APC. According to the asset form, the governor declared ownership of according to the asset form, the governor declared ownership of a 5-bedroom duplex at Tafawa Balewa Way, Kaduna, which he bought for 75 million naira on August the 15th, 2018. Buni also said he has another 5-bedroom flat which he bought for 60 million in 2016 at Court Road, Grace Yard, Karu, Abuja. Also listed by the governor was a 6-bedroom duplex with conference room bought for 150 million in 2019. The building is located at 146 Cadastral Zone A03, Garki, Abuja. He owns another 5-bedroom duplex at number 101 Kwakwasiya Housing Estate, Kano. This, he informed the CCB, was purchased for 37.4 million naira. The governor further declared ownership of a 4-bedroom duplex at number 11 Town Street, Wuse, Zone 5, Abuja, which he bought for 150 million in 2018. Buni, a man without known business except being a politician, owns a three-floor and penthouse located at number 2 Asika Street, Asokoro, Abuja. This, he informed the CCB, was purchased on the 6th of December 2016 for 1.3 billion naira. Another four-bedroom duplex was also acquired by the governor in 2015 for 55 million naira. He owns an 18-room property he bought on the 31st of May 2015 for 50 million naira at number 1 Ibrahim Close, Dambau Road, Maiduguri, Borno State. The APC caretaker chairman also declared ownership of two filling stations in Maiduguri he bought in 2018 for 280 million. So on and on it goes. It's just endless. Wolf. I could give you the whole rendition of it, but the thrust of it, of course, is just this guy has just been on a buying spree, really, since he came into governance, and more so since he came into position as the APC chairman. Quite instructive then that the article tells us that this guy has no known business outside of being a politician. And a politician, no matter how well paid they are on a salaried income. So all this eye-popping stuff now that are being attributed to this guy, and these are not even attributions; these are things that he's filing with the Codes of Conduct Bureau. So these are things that he's filing. Actually, let me just let me not cut it short. Let me actually give you even more of a flavor, so you know exactly what we're contending with. Um, bear with me. Okay. The APC caretaker chairman also declared ownership of two filling stations in Maiduguri he bought in 2018 at 280 million. A three-bedroom flat behind the School of Health in Maiduguri, which cost him 25 million in 2016, was also listed as part of his property. Buni also bought a landed property located at 151 Cadastral Zone D in Abuja at 700 million naira. This, if he informed the CCB, was purchased in 2016. The governor also listed up other properties he got at 2 million, 5 million, 8 million, 10 million, 20 million each, respectively, in Damaturu, Maiduguri, Kano, and Abuja. The property, he also disclosed at the time, yielded no income in rent yearly. Buni declared that as at the 23rd of May 2019, he had the sum of 1.3 billion naira in his Keystone bank account. In his Zenith bank account, he claimed he had 439 million naira. The governor further claimed he had 912 million naira in his Fidelity bank account. He also said he had 97 million in his Access bank account. Buni also told the CCB he had millions of naira in 8 other bank accounts. He also claimed to own over 20 vehicles worth millions of naira he raised through personal savings slash loans and the helping hands of friends. So this is how he acquired this now mass wealth through loans, savings, and the helping hands of friends. A source at the CCB had earlier told correspondents that investigation into what he described as the governor's anticipatory declaration had gone far at the agency. So let's just pause there for a moment. I'm glad that I've actually read this on. So this is the most instructive of all that we have just read. So it says a source at the CCB had earlier told correspondents that that investigation into what he described as the governor. So this is the instructive term right now, as the governor's anticipatory declaration. So an anticipatory declaration. So let's say, for instance, this is just what that means. So somebody wins a governorship position. This guy only has one bungalow somewhere in some rural space, but he becomes the governor of Lagos State, Rivers State, etc. So when they ask him to declare his assets, he will declare 10 houses in Banana Island, 30 houses in Abuja, 15 houses in Rivers State, etc. So he will declare about 30, 40 luxury houses. Not that he owns them, he only owns that bungalow in some rural area wherever he owns it. But because he has been made a governor, he then anticipates that he's going to loot en masse, so that when he anticipates rather that he is going to loot en masse, so that when he comes out at the end of his tenure and they come to audit then what he owns, it is consistent with what he said he owned when he came into power. So they effectively list their potential lootings as already owned assets at the Code of Conduct Bureau. This is what that means essentially, that anticipatory declaration. So let's take that paragraph again. That is the most instructive of all that we have read so far in this particular narrative in this particular article. A source at the CCB had earlier told correspondents that investigation into what he described as the governor's anticipatory declaration had gone far. At the agency, they are doing everything to cover the scandal up, but investigation is really going on. Even though his associates are doing everything to cover up the scandal, we believe President Muhammadu Buhari will not interfere and ensure proper probe of the scandal in line with his claim of a zero tolerance for corruption, the source told correspondents. Correspondents had on Monday exclusively reported how spirited efforts by the governor and his backers to cover up the scandal failed last week when his premature form that when his pre-tenure form, which was deposited at CCB on May the 23rd, 2019, got leaked to President Muhammadu Buhari, the Department of State Services, and the National Intelligence Agency. Though he has immunity, but he has committed offenses contrary to Section 15 of the Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal Act of the Federation, which is punishable, etc., etc. It gives you the section that it is punishable under. An analysis of the document submitted by the governor showed that he declared having 2 billion naira as cash in 6 Nigerian banks. Further checks showed that the accounts are being operated by one firm, MDG Construction and General Company Limited. Buni, in the document, however, claimed to have no cash in foreign accounts, despite claiming his two main sources of income are farming and business. A closer look at the document revealed that the governor declared 25 buildings in Abuja, Kano, and Yobe State, valued at 3.1 billion naira. So just the looting and the endless looting, of course, that is the narrative of the Nigerian space. Maybe should I abandon this next story then, because it pretty much speaks to the same thing, but let me just bring it anyway just to fulfill all righteousness. Dixon, ex-Bayelsa governor in EFCC net. So it's still the same looting. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has quizzed a former Bayelsa governor and senator representing Bayelsa West, Seriaki Dixon. According to a source, Dixon presented himself to the EFCC following an invitation by the agency. The source said the ex-governor was grilled over allegations bordering on abuse of office and misappropriation of public funds during his 8-year administration in Bayelsa State between 2012 and 2020. The source said The former governor, who arrived at the headquarters of the EFCC in Jabi, Abuja, at about 11 a.m., was questioned by a team of operatives investigating the allegations against him. Though the details of the allegations against the governor were sketchy as of press time, the allegations relate to issues of asset declaration and misapplication of intervention funds and other assets belonging to the Bayelsa state government. The head of media and publicity of EFCC, Mr. Wilson Owujare, confirmed the invitation of the former governor. The reaction of the governor was being awaited as at press time. So, still just the endless looting. No looting here. Femi Falana rounds off the readings for us. Sunday IGBOHO, what Benin government told Buhari administration. Femi Falana speaking to the space. Legal luminary Femi Falana SAN said the Benin Republic government refused to put its self to legal luminary Femi Falana SAN says the Benin Republic government refused to put self-styled activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly called Sunday IGBOHO, on a waiting plane during the time of his arrest in the French-speaking country in July. According to Falana, in an interview with BBC News Yoruba published on Tuesday, the administration of President Patrice Talon made the Muhammadu Buhari-led Nigerian federal government understand that obeying the law is sacrosanct to them. The Nigerian government asked the Benin Republic government to repatriate Sunday IGBOHO. In fact, we heard they had even sent an aircraft to be used to bring him down to Abuja. The Benin government made its Nigerian counterpart to understand that this was not a lawless society. Falana said while speaking in Yoruba language, Benin Republic told Nigeria, we are heading to court. Without us going to court, we cannot hand IGBOHO over to you. This is the reason why IGBOHO's case is ongoing over there, and that is how it is supposed to be under law. The judge will critically look into Nigeria's demands, why Nigeria wants to repatriate IGBOHO from Cotonou to Abuja. That is what the law in Benin says. In fact, that is what the law in Nigeria also says. IGBOHO was the arrowhead of a movement tackling herdsmen who were terrorizing farmers and rural dwellers, particularly in Ibarapa area of Oyo State. His movement later transmorphed into one agitating for the creation of Yoruba Nation. So those are the talking points. So hopefully we have some talking heads. Ajale Koko, we see you. Ola, we see you too. So good to see you both. Ola, to you first. So to the Ola, are you there? Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now. Okay, brilliant. So let me take you first, actually, to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative and the suggestion that is essentially to all intent. And the suggestion that is essentially to all intents and purposes the de facto governor general of the whole of the southeastern space, especially the Igbo land. Would you subscribe to that? And what do you think that means for that space? So essentially, he has dominion over the entirety of Igbo land, over and above the governors of that space. Do you agree with that?
In fact, if I have my way, I will support that a million times. A million times. You see, one thing is when the leadership degenerates to the level we have, we need something. We need something extraordinary, just to make sure that we push the state to the point where we have to reset everything. You see, when you have the type of leadership that will not yield to the yearnings of the masses, but to the personal, to the personal, this thing, you find this level of injustices that we create some kind of vacuum and someone from nowhere will take over, that we occupy that vacuum, that people will actually support. So if it means that Kanu staying there, we just create some kind of disruption to the current looters and all those people that call themselves leaders, I'm in support of it 1,000,000 times, honestly. That's just my anything.
No, Ola, what they are saying is that obviously they are not saying that is a campaign. What they are saying, by them saying that he's the governor general of the southeastern space, what they are saying essentially is that his voice and his authority and his power, it sits above every other voice and authority and power within that space. So his voice commands that space more than all of the state governors combined and singularly and individually. The people listen to him more, and the test of that was what we have seen in two instances now. When the governors of every single individual Igbo state told the citizens to go about their business, and Nnamdi Kanu told them to sit at home, and they sat at home. So, to all intents and purposes, is the governor general of that space.
Yeah, yeah. We although although it's not official, but that's exactly what is happening.
Yeah.
When people listen, because the truth is this: for them to listen to Kanu, that means that's the person they trust, right? Then whosoever, whether by the instrument of law that are there that are not serving the people, they are just something they are imposing themselves. So I've forgotten the vocabulary you normally use for them. So that's who they are. So I agree with them 100%. Really, that's it. Because leaders, that means they trust him. They have confidence in him. The only thing is that I pray for the wisdom for Nnamdi Kanu to be able to sustain the type of leadership positively now.
He's only certain to abuse it now. You know what he's like. He will abuse that.
There's nothing that has not been abused in Nigeria. Like I said, let it be abused a particular point whereby we have to come to the round table. The round table is what I'm still talking about. When you see Sunday Igboho and all these people, at the end of the day, it might take 5 years, it might take 10 years, it might take 20 years just to come to the round table and renegotiate. Okay, how do you say this? Now, you see some S-men, they are killing your people, insecurity, and these people call themselves governors, they are not doing anything. So why should the citizen listen to them when they ask them not to go to their work, the place of their work? Of course, because number one, people recognize that when Kanu speak, he's serious about it. But they know when the governors and the political leaders speak, they know they are just bluffing. They are saying something they cannot support. For example, now they ask these people to go to not to listen to Kanu and go to work. Okay, if anything happens to them, can these governors can they compensate for that? So those are the things. So you keep asking these people to go about their normal business, but you cannot guarantee their safety. So
Ola, if IPOB adopt a political party, they will sweep up the entirety of every single one of the 5 Igbo states. Every single one of them, they will sweep it up. If they say, for instance, okay, we IPOB, for reasons of expediency and playing the game, we are going to throw our weight with ABGA, they will take every single state, every single political position in that space, they will take it.
Exactly, but there's a one problem in things like that. I like to separate agitation from political processes sometimes, right? Even if IPOB want to move into politics, I will still believe in this roundtable discussion that you have to know the processes, you have to know why you are going there. Otherwise, if they throw their way the way they are behind some political group, before you know what is happening, they will hijack it. That's just the way Tinubu just hijack Afenifere and all those things there. So that is exactly the same thing that will happen. So, okay. But the type of agitation I'm supporting is this: disturb them, destabilize everything. I'm not saying they should be violent. Just disrupt all the political leaders, force them to the round table, and let us negotiate the way forward. I enjoy what is happening there as long as they don't cause problem to life and property. I support whatever they are doing. It's only when they go beyond the normal civilization and start behaving like Agbero, all those things. That is where I can have problem with them. But I think now, I think I follow them and I'm enjoying it, to be honest with you.
It's just really the conversation we had with Ovie yesterday, because I too was saying that they often overstep the mark into that Agbero space. And what Ovie was explaining yesterday is that, look, you have to buy these people wholesale. You cannot say they be this way and not this way, because it is that Agbero that sparks in their head that is able to propel them into what they are doing. So whatever the costs are, at the end of it, we do an audit. So that was Ovie's argument to that
I
space.
know, no,
Yeah.
in every agitation, there must be a limit. We can't say because we are agitating now and we start become a threat to life and property. No, I will never support that. Because when you start doing that, over time, they will lose credibility. And that's what that's what they don't want to do, right? Losing credibility will not we defeat the purpose they are fighting for. You can't be fighting for injustice now and you are bringing another injustice just in the name of fighting for justice. No, it doesn't make sense to me. So if you are fighting for justice, fight for justice. Don't introduce another one. That's why I'm saying that they should not just go ahead and throw their support behind any political party like that. No, I don't support that. If you must throw your weight, like I was saying to the Barbarians, all those people that were supporting Buhari in 2014, I was saying that if Tinubu was really sincere about all these things, that they can use the same power they used to grab power, to snatch power from Jonathan. You use the same power to force Jonathan to implement the recommendation of 2014 confab. Just because you were just power testy and you just needed that power, and you think that okay, you believe that you can ride on the back of the tiger to get your 2023 ambition, you threw your weight behind another person that had some ethnic agenda. And today, I think he knows the repercussions. So my only prayer for Tinubu now, he doesn't become another Abiola, because I trust our politicians. They don't mind sacrificing him. They will be telling him that, oh, we are behind you. We are right that behind is just for them for their own purpose. So to me, agitation is agitation. Stay by that and get the rules. After they did that agitation, but they missed the important point of settling for the right thing. And today we are back to the first step now. So
Okay, Ola, stay with me. Stay with us. There's this story that I wanted to bring, but I missed in the narration. So let me quickly bring it, because I'd like your opinion on this as well. So mute yourself just for a moment. Yoruba Nation Akitoye orders to lead Ninas. Yoruba Nation Akitoye orders to lead Ninas on 1 million man march to United Nations General Assembly. So that million man march that I have always been championing as the real potency that will really send a clear signal. 1 million strong people marching in one voice to demand for a particular thing within a particular space. Million man march, it is something that is known as a political tool. So it looks as though Prof is now tapping into that. Yoruba Nation Akitoye orders to lead Ninas on million man march to United Nations General Assembly. So now let's see what this is portending. The agitation for the Yoruba Nation intensified as the eminent leaders of thoughts from the south and middle belt of Nigeria have announced a 1 million march to be held in the front of the United Nations headquarters in New York, the United States, on the 14th to the 25th of September 2021. According to the agitators, the march is meant to demand a referendum on self-determination and abolition of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. The leaders are members of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, who signed the Constitutional Force Majeure (CFM) declared on the 16th of December 2020, rejecting the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria and calling for a United Nations supervised referendum. NINAS is the umbrella body of leading regional self-determination groups in the south and middle belt of Nigeria, with Ilana Omo Odua representing the Yoruba bloc, Lower Niger Congress representing the South-South and Southeast, and Middle Belt Forum representing the Middle Belt blocks. The 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly holds from the 14th to the 21st of September 2021. The 1 million march, according to a statement signed by the communications manager to NINAS, Mr. Maxwell Adeleye, and made available to journalists on Tuesday, is expected to be led by a renowned historian, Emeritus Professor Banji Akintoye, respected University Don, Professor Yusuf Turaki, Secretary General of NINAS, Barrister Tony Nnamdi, Pioneer Commissioner of Education in Osun State and National Chairman of Ilana Omo Odua, Professor Wale Adeniran, amongst others. The statement reads inter alia, we have read a trending statement authorized by a faceless group demanding for the ban of Ilana Omodua from making a presentation before the world at the upcoming United Nations General Assembly. NINAS shall be calling on all indigenous people from the South and Middle Belt around the world to unite and stand together in solidarity in their demand for the restoration of their sovereignty, their inalienable right to self-determination, their assets and right to freely choose their association with any state. The Freedom March will feature a demand from the United Nations to send a peacekeeping force to Nigeria to save the embattled indigents who are being daily massacred by Fulani herdsmen and other terrorists, including Boko Haram and ISIS, operating with impunity. We wish to say very expressly that Ilana Omo Odua, contrary to media report, will not be making any official presentation at the United Nations General Assembly. So a million-man march led by the Prof to the United Nations. What says you? What do you make of that? I mean, this is just developing. It's not been fully verified yet, but just that as a thought and an idea. Ola, what are you making of that?
So if I get this thing right, is Ilana Omodua will not be making presentation by that date, right?
No, I think they are all collapsing under the one now umbrella of
Okay, it's
NINAS.
Ninas.
So
Okay.
yeah, so the South, South, Southeast, the Middle Belt Bloc, and the Odua faction all collapsing under that NINAS to make then one
Oh,
just
okay, okay.
present.
That,
Yeah.
it sounds good to me because my feeling about this is gradually I saw people think it's a joke or whatever. Gradually, I think either Nigeria or Odua or whatever we find ourselves post 2023, I think we are getting to a point where the country will reset and we can always move forward the way I'm looking at this because you see these criminals in power, they've underrated the people so much that they think they have power to themselves and they can behave the way they like. The dimension I like in this is that, when you see the United Nations, United States predicted that there will be civil war in Nigeria by 2022, right? But the way our people are doing everything to avert such kind of brutality, I like it because when you look at all these people that already amassed their weapon, that they store weapon, that they want to cause problem because they believe they have advantage. But the way Nigerians or some leaders just rose up from nowhere and they are leading the people to make sure that we do the proper thing. We call the attention of the entire international community to the problem in Nigeria. I really like it because it makes the plan become difficult. Do I think they are going to succeed to be successful with that? Well, two things. 1 million march, is it going to happen in Nigeria or outside Nigeria?
In New York.
Good. If it's going to happen outside the country, I would say,
if it is true, I'm willing to go and just participate. If
as we are
we
speaking
find
too,
out that it is.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, for me to go to New York, it's less than $400 ticket to and fro.
Yeah.
So it's not great. So things like that, I would like to join because it's safe for me. I won't lie. If I'm in Nigeria, maybe I may hesitate. But going to this place, no matter if I'm free, why not? I can attend because it's very close to me. So I like the situation, and I think Nigerians are winning against all these criminal elements in government because the situation seems to be too complex for these people to understand. Because if they really understand, a reasonable group of leaders will just call for emergency roundtable discussion. Do you want this country to move forward now, or do we still want to relate together, or we just want to disagree? And funny thing that may happen is it's irrespective, because this is just my opinion, may be wrong. My opinion at the end of the day is that if you give Nigerian chances that do they want to separate or they want to come together, you will be surprised that people will say they want to come together, but on some arrangement. So, like I keep saying, like all this decision story may not really be decision, because you will find out when you ask Nigeria to negotiate, even the leaders that are leading them now, they may not be able to predict the outcome. People can tell you that, okay,
The secession narrative, Ola, is not the totality of the story. The secession narrative is just really a bargaining tool to force negotiations. So that
exactly,
secession agitation is to force that table discussion to then
exactly,
say, how do we recalibrate? I'm not really sure that anybody really fully wants to break up the country, but I'm absolutely certain that not any single person in the southern space wants the country to continue in its present form. So between not wanting to totally and absolutely break it up because it's just too messy, and not wanting it to come to carry on in the form that is where the agitation is. So they are pushing and they are ready to go if that is ultimately what will happen. But certainly, what they are saying categorically is that they cannot carry on in this way.
exactly. Nobody can carry on. Nobody can carry on, because how do you carry on? Okay, something happened today now, for example. I've told you about my story of how I feel the injustices in the system, all those things. Now
Mm,
look at another set of injustices now. Injustice in that country now. Now some soldiers were sent after some terrorists. They arrested them. Now, over time, those soldiers, they lost their life while pursuing all these terrorists. They lost their life. Those people that lost their life, some their family will never remain the same. A well-to-do family now, all of a sudden, we just they've collapsed on family, that even the children or the member of the family may never get themselves back to the right path for the rest of their life, because that tumor, that kind of experience will live with them on the negative side for the rest of their life. And suddenly, Nigerian government came with a drama. You now say you've reformed them, now you are not granting them amnesty. Whereas you are still running after Nnamdi Kanu. You are still sending the helicopter to bring Sunday Igboho back. And those two people that you are fighting, you don't have it on record that they have murdered someone. But you are releasing those people that they have murdered
mm.
in numbers, in thousands, in hundreds. You are just giving them reform overnight. And the insult now is this: the citizen that they are threatening, they are killing now, are the one now paying taxes that you are using to reform all these criminals that are threat to their life. Just imagine a situation whereby you go to farmer, the farmer they displace, you tax the farmer, you tax those people in the market, all those people they kill the churches, you tax, for example. You are now using that money now to reform the criminals. You are now compensating the criminal because they said they've repented. Why can't you go to the
No,
bullying Nigeria?
it is it's only. I think I've only ever heard of it in Nigeria because it seems to be something that is peculiar to that space. Crime without punishment. This is
E- e-
something that I've only really fully seen almost as a national policy in Nigeria. Crime without punishment, as you said.
Exactly.
These
So
hardened criminals, killers, you catch them and then they say, "Oh, we are okay. We have reformed," though, and then you let them go. I
Exactly.
mean,
Because even if a wild animal tastes blood, the next thing you do is that you take that wild animal down, because it has already tasted blood.
yes.
And there's no way you want to take that experience away from that wild animal. That is exactly the same people they are saying they are reformed. You are
Let, let,
reforming
let, let,
uneducated people.
let me tell you who agrees with you. El Rufai, the governor of Kaduna State, agrees with you. El Rufai, just a while ago, he was saying, he said, He said all these things of these headsmen now turning kidnappers, that you can forget about changing them back to headsmen, because your average headsman, he nurses a malu for about what 10 months thereabout, and sells it for about what 250,000 naira, which they share amongst themselves. But he goes and kidnaps somebody and he gets 10 million, and you're telling him to give up kidnapping. 10 million, 250,000. You do the maths now. So it's exactly the same thing. These people that are used to killing, and then you are telling them to now go and be learning for organizer. Of course, it will never happen. They will,
And
as
these
soon as
people
you
still have
release them.
access to gun. They still know where they get gun, and they still know where they can always get gun. So you see what we're saying now. Someone with millions can buy so many. Okay, if AK-47, according to one man that said it on Arise TV or thereabout, we cost 500,000 in Nigeria. Someone that collected 10 million will easily buy so many AK-47 if you want, because it's already a business now. And the business is such a way that even the security personnel in Nigeria, they are now even colluding with these people. So how do you want to, how are they going to solve that kind of problem? So that's the type of Nigeria we have today. So is it not good for the federal government to go and release everybody in the prison? And you said, okay, everybody that has committed one crime or the other, okay, everybody pardon, let us start afresh. If the government is doing that, we understand. But in such a situation whereby you kill someone that stole goods in Ibadan, but you are now trying to give pardon to someone that has killed hundreds of people, that you can't. No, my goodness. So to me, I think that's one of the things that all these leaders and all these agitators are trying to address.
The
And when they
higher the
address this
crime,
thing,
the lesser the punishment. That's just it, the
exactly.
thing. The higher the crime.
If you just want to deal with the Nigerian government today, just take arms against the government. That's the precedent these people are setting. That if you want the federal government to hear you and you want to commit the crime and just go scot free, take some up against the government. Call yourself one kind of a useless group and terrorize everybody. Then the government will just come begging and give you pardon. They can even send you to overseas and train
Yeah,
you, because like
was that
someone
not what
said,
they
a
did with
terrorist
the
can take
Niger
down the president of
Delta?
Nigeria. Can
Was
you
that
just
not what they did?
imagine?
Was that not what they did with the Niger Delta Avengers? That they gave them money and sent them abroad to go and go to school.
Yeah,
Uh,
even though I disagree with methodology, the method that Yadua deployed that time, because I said, see, you need that. Okay, when you were even giving these people pardon, right? When you were even trying to pardon them, it's not to lavish money on them. You don't just lavish. What's the problem? What were they agitating for? Go and resolve the problem. They said the environment is not okay. Clean up the environment and put infrastructure there. You just pardon without anything. And you think you pardon like that, you just go like that and they won't return to that place. It's just a matter of time. They will go back to that
all
place.
the money that they spent on paying those people off would have been more than sufficient to fix the problems that they were agitating
Exactly.
about.
That's the problem. Create job. Every normal human being want to be creative, because okay, in our daily life, even when we are dealing with a particular solution, we don't get problem. But anytime we get problem to that solution, we celebrate. To that problem, a solution to that problem, we celebrate, because there is this thing that there's dignity in labor, that you enjoy whatever you do. What Jadwa should have done: clean up that environment, give them infrastructure, give them good school, train them there. Not just to say you train them and you ignore what they
Okay.
are fighting for. They don't have
Let,
good
let me
water, they
let
can't
me
go to
take you.
farm.
Okay. Let me take you from Yadua to Dangote, who is now throwing his weight around, having a newspaper locked down and shut down, and the editors thrown in prison for having the temerity of pointing out his corruption. What they are saying, what this newspaper uncovered, is that at the rate that the government is borrowing these people money, the debt that Dangote will be carrying would almost be in excess of the value of this refinery now that is building. It says the original report, AMCO, you know what AMCO is? That's the government body that lends people money. So the
AMCON,
original,
yeah, AMCON,
yeah,
yeah.
AMCON, yes. So the original report, AMCON may take over Dangote refinery as liability swells, reported on Sunday, said Dangote's group's debt profile is set to hit $8.4 million by 2025. So 2025 being the date that they are setting to fully launch that refinery now, which they have been threatening to launch for the last 4 or 5 years now. So they keep kicking that can down the road. So the debt profile is certainly matching the audited value of that infrastructure now. The report states that the company's debt is currently at about $7 billion, with $700 million per annum set for debt servicing. So these people, they're just hemorrhaging money. So it goes on to say, last week, the Federal Executive Council approved the acquisition of 20% minority stake at $2.76 billion by the NNPC. So just Dangote, he's hemorrhaging money, and the money, of course, for corruption reasons. This newspaper did an expose, and this guy Dangote now, who you think is just some benign, nice guy who likes to listen to Sonny Ade and go to Owambe parties, but he's showing his Fulani spurs. He's had the editor of that newspaper thrown in jail, and the newspaper shut down. So Dangote and corruption, are you surprised?
Yeah, you know, when it comes to Dangote, I have my opinion that people may not necessarily agree with. So, and can be so controversial. Now, if Amcon takes over Dangote asset now, what exactly are they going to do with it?
Well, they will auction it off. I'm sure there'll be plenty of buyers.
For how much? Now, what stop government from buying some of those debts? Why they find a way for Dangote to accelerate that and solve the problem of refining our oil locally in Nigeria?
Because a lot of the debts that Dangote will be carrying, a significant amount of them will be to the Nigerian government. I'm sure he's borrowing internationally as well. But but like they said, also they bought 20% of that refinery just to inject some capital into its space.
Yeah. So to me personally, anything the federal government of Nigeria can do to protect that refinery, anything they can do, they should. Because see, all these, there's something there's something about our media in Nigeria is this. You see, there's no way we can be fair to any rich person in Nigeria. And there's no way you can separate corruption from any rich man in Nigeria. So let's be sincere about that. Hardly will you find any rich man in Nigeria that you cannot trace one corrupting, one case of corruption or another. Maybe very few.
Ola, to be fair, we can say that globally, there's no rich person anywhere in the world that his hands are not dirty. It's almost impossible for you to be rich to that level and your hands are not dirty. Even Bill Gates, yeah.
Exactly. So now what I'm looking at in Dangote disease was the implication to common people, because that's the way that's the reason I keep supporting Dangote. Well, when I say Dangote this, Dangote that, because I would say, because for example, Dangote will put infrastructure in place, even though the government is getting the favor from the government. Perfect. But he put infrastructure in place that can, let's say, employ 50 people. And those 50 people, they have impact on others' life. Whereas we have someone very close to Dangote that is like Dangote, whenever you see his staff, maybe his workforce, maybe just 5 people, and all the money, he takes all those money to overseas. For example, I will give one ridiculous example now. This one maybe it may not be too related. This man that is in charge of our monetary policy, he called himself Emefiele, the central bank governor. Do you know that this guy moved to Jamaica to celebrate birthday?
Yes, now they all went there. Now I saw the report. Dangote and everybody, they turned up in private jets. Yeah.
When some of us raised voice, Nigerians that we were even trying to enlighten, were telling people like us that we can't teach billionaire how to spend his money. I was like, seriously? This guy, if you want to import rice or you want to import tools that you are going to use to produce something in Nigeria, he will tell you to go to the black market to go and seek a source for your dollar. Now, for this guy to go overseas, you are encouraging us to buy local products, and you took our dollars to Jamaica to book hotel for catering services. Now those people that went there with their private jet, they will spend dollars. Somehow those dollars will be bought officially from the central bank. Why those people that really need that money for production will be suffering? Now, people like that see the way some Nigerians were supporting him, that, for example, as a billionaire, he can do anything with his money. But now come back to Dangote, for example, that his refinery will definitely have economic impact. I'm not saying Dangote is clean, but I'm just comparing two devils now. For example, One devil is ready to kill you fully. Another devil is still giving you opportunity to survive.
Okay.
Now, so
Hold
that's
on.
why I say I may not be fair to Dangote
No.
or this
Yeah.
Dangote
No.
because
No. That's fine.
I would say the federal government should do everything to protect that refinery and make sure
Yeah.
it
Hold
never go
on.
back to Nigerian
Okay.
refinery,
Ola,
government
when
refinery.
I say hold on, just hold on because I just
Okay,
wanted to
okay,
progress you from where you are. Uh,
okay.
um, yeah, I've lost my thought now. I just wanted just that space you were in. Do you think that Dangote refinery is of too important strategic and national interest space for it to be in the hands of a private marketeer, of a private individual? Somebody like that, something like that refinery. Do you think that it should be privately owned? Something that is of such a huge strategic importance to the Nigerian state. Do you think it should be owned by an individual?
Yeah, if you look at what the private sector has done to the economy of the country, there's no way we are going to say it's not fair for it. There's no way we are going to say it's not fair. Look at it this way, for example. Look at how much Nigeria budgeted for Nitel alone since the day of ITT, international TFT, all those stuff to when we brought telecommunication. Now, see how the liberation of telecommunication sector now raised our economy. Oil was there before, the oil never grew at GDP. Instead, it was just potential that people just used to steal whatever they want. And even not only Nigeria are stealing from this now, even the foreign companies. Up to this moment that we speak now, we don't even know how much crude oil Nigeria produce every day. It is whatsoever all those people that are in joint venture with NFPC, and joint venture with it's whatever they tell you that you believe that is the output from your crude. Now, even the proceeds you get to that place now, indirectly now, the thing get back to private hand in the name of subsidy. And how many Nigerians are benefiting from this subsidy? That's the problem, because you use that thing. First of all, you take the oil from Nigeria to go and create job for someone maybe in the Nigerian Republic or overseas or United Kingdom, and you still bring it back to Nigeria, and the little they are getting from this joint venture, joint venture, this revenue, this thing, you still use that to still pay all those rogue too. Now, this is the situation now. Now, if Nigerians now are now working for Dangote right in Nigeria, you refine right in Nigeria, Nigerians are working, it's going to affect other aspects. Like we all know, there are so many products out of the crude oil. Maybe you want some kind of you want to produce a bitumen like asphalt to just road, you find all those in there. There are some materials to manufacture plastic, you find all those in there. You know, whenever we take all this oil to overseas, some of these things are lost. You know, I'm not saying Dangote is going to be the holy or the holiest of the holiest. I'm not going to say that. But what
You
I
don't think that that guy is being put in a position where he can hold that country to ransom? Just essentially just write his own check to the country from the country's account.
where many people could have said the same thing in terms of a telecommunication, because when you are looking at strategic thing,
No. This
there's
telecommunication. No. Hold on. The telecommunication space is liberalized, but the oil space now is almost turning into like a one-man business, especially with the insertion that he also put into the petroleum industry bill. That guy is cornering, effectively has cornered the petroleum industry in Nigeria. I'm asking, is that good for the nation, just strategically in terms of the national importance of that space? I don't
aware
think it is.
where we may think it is not, but sometimes on policy is better experience in action. The question is this: are we better the way we are now than even if we give Dangote that chance to create that refinery? Because if you don't, okay, look at diesel now. Even though we know that diesel is still expensive, but how many times have you heard that diesel now is not available, for example, even though they still go overseas to refine, because they are not paying subsidy. You see, there's no problem with diesel. Now look at the normal gasoline, for example. That's where the gasoline, kerosene, that's where you have problem in Nigeria today. So if you take that thing to one man, a local thief, a local thief now, let's all of us agree that Dangote is a thief, even though I may not support it legally, just because of the way Nigeria want to see him that's a thief. If we give it to the local thief, and the activities of that thing happens in Nigeria, that's where I'm concerned. Because, for example, when the government was in charge of Nitel, like I keep saying, we're not benefiting anything. When the government was in charge of broadcasting, that you talk of telecom, radio station, all those things, nobody benefited from that. But look at when they deregulated the broadcasting sector, for example. It was true that people like Kenny Ogungbe, they started bringing up communities and all those things. See the Nigerian music industry today. It has gone international. That's the way I look at it. Look at how many people that are benefiting from that. Look at how many people that are benefiting from the telecommunication. That is that thing I'm trying to see. Okay, look at what they do to all these disco and genco, all those things, where they just carry that thing to their family member, to their friend, that they didn't invest anything. They didn't invest anything in the power infrastructure in Nigeria. See what they are doing to us today. So those are the things. Those are the reasons I'm saying that even if you leave that thing with the government that is supporting terrorists in Nigeria, it makes no difference than giving it to private individual. I even see benefit in the private individual controlling that thing, because anyhow, even if he controls it today, you will get a government that will be in the right senses tomorrow, that will correct everything. But if you don't want to progress and still want to stay with these looters, it's not offering anything better than what Dangote can offer now.
Okay,
so it's a choice between the two
just
devils.
let him build it, Abi. Just let him build
Exactly.
it first.
Just protect
Okay.
him as far as
Let me just take you to the last stories and just quick comments on these ones. Ex Bayelsa governor in EFCC net, Dixon, corruption, of course. Mia Buni never done anything outside of politics and is now trying to rival this Dangote still in wealth. So the system that they are using, that we're discovering, is something they are calling anticipatory wealth or something like that. Anticipatory something. I read it out just now. So what they do in effect is that when they become governor, chairman, etc., and they ask them to come and declare their assets, they declare assets that they don't already own in anticipation of the looting that they're going to loot and the assets that they're going to acquire. So this is what this guy now that is already under the spotlight as to the legality of his position, Mia Buni. This is what he did in Yobe State. He listed all of these assets with the Code of Conduct Bureau, and they are of the view that they are anticipatory assets that he doesn't own as of then. And even if he owns it, it's still a matter for EFCC, because he has only ever been in a salaried income all of his life, and is owning about 30-40 buildings spread all over the northern space of Nigeria. So Mia Malabuni and GBT, a recurring decimal, not just him, but just that looting space.
No, one thing I will say, I won't even just labor myself too much on them. They are all the same, including Buhari. You see, it is when we Nigerians wanted to deceive ourselves those days that we started giving credibility to some politicians that okay, when Buhari, so some people, they were even ridiculous to the point of telling me that Buhari didn't send his children to school outside Nigeria, all those things. He didn't join them in all those council of state meetings. I said they kept lying to us, when this guy was collecting some kind of bogus salary, some kind of unholy salary that you cannot even justify. How they are getting. So the corruption in Nigeria, whether someone dip his hand directly into the treasury or they use the instrument of law to allocate the thing to themselves, it's still they still serve the same purpose. So what Buni or whatever he call himself is doing is just his general thing among the political class. So it's not new. But the only thing that may be strange to me now is that if all of them were lied tomorrow and someone deal with all of them, that's what's going to be news. But if you pick one of them, you pick one of them you are exposing, it's just about of look deeply. What do they want from that person? Political negotiation. Or is that person holding a particular constituency that, okay, if we hold this guy, he's going to be able to deliver. Yeah, Obasanjo did the same thing for Ibori. When Ibori was trying to contest the presidency, meanwhile Obasanjo was bent at killing Atiku's ambition. He asked Ibori to sponsor that Yadua election. It's not as if Obasanjo didn't know that Ibori was a corrupt man at that time. So to me, now he only targeted Ibori when he needed him. And Jonathan too knew very well that Ibori was corrupt, just because Ibori worked against him. He targeted him when he needed him. So the same way, it's not as if Buhari doesn't know that Amechi and even those people that surround him, including Tinubu, those things. It's not as if they don't know. It's only whenever they need they need to use them for a purpose. So they want to negotiate. So to me, that's not a news. Personally, it is the normal thing. It is their culture. It is their behavior. So to me, whatever they are doing, whether they go to court, whatever, to me, it's just Nollywood. This thing, all that politics, like Obe will say.
According to Obe. Thank you, Ola. Ajale Koko, are you there? Thank you for waiting, Ajale Koko.
Hello, one man. How are you, Ola?
Hello, Ajale Koko. Thank you for
I'm
waiting.
fine, sir.
Okay, so you know what the talking points are. Firstly, that's just that idea that Nnamdi Kanu is the de facto governor general of southeastern states because he wields more power than anyone else within that region, over and well above all of the state governors combined, and he can move that space more than anyone else. So just that idea, is not an official title, of course, but to all intents and purposes, is essentially the Governor General of the southeastern space. What do you make of that, and what do you think that portends for that space? Ajan Lekoko, good to see you.
Yes, it's well described. That is the Governor General.
Yes. No, I agree. It was even that title alone that made me want to do the story because it just captures the whole thing.
Yeah, he's the Governor General now. Considering the sit at home, the 2 times we have called for sit at home, and people sat at home, people complied. So sit at home yesterday, and the one he had like a month or 2 months ago was very effective. So look to everybody. I mean, it's clear to everybody now that it's more popular than all the politicians combined in that eastern quarter. So it's people really accept. People really, what that indicates is that people really believe in that cause that is fighting for, whether we like it or not. Majority of people believe in it. They might not like the style in some kind of way, like that sit at home might not go down well with some people, but they believe in the cause that is fighting for. And that should send a signal, should send a message to the politicians that they need to engage with their people. They need to engage with the IPOB.
It'll just be interesting to see how we now uses this power that is now established that it has over that space. So how we now wields that power is now something that we have to see in the future.
So the politicians need to engage with the IPOB. I don't know if engaging with them is going to be looked like as they're engaging with terrorists, because I think the federal government has declared them as terrorist group. Am I right?
The IPOB, yeah, of course, yeah, they're disbanded group marked as outlaws.
Yeah, they declare them as terrorist group. Only Nigerian government declare them as terrorist group. There's no nation around the world that declare them as terrorist group. The herdsmen that is declared as #1 terrorist group in Sahara
Around Africa.
West Africa. Yeah, the federal government did not declare them as terrorist group. You can see how dangerous the kind of government we have in Nigeria. So, but the people, the politicians in the East, they need to come to their senses and need to engage with their people, because the IPOB, they are Easterners, and they need to engage with them. So that is the best thing that they could do, because they came out against them before the sit at home, that people should not listen to them. People should go about their, normal businesses. But hey, people didn't listen to the politician.
Well, that is the point. That is what then shows us. That is why that's why this article has come out to say that this guy is essentially the governor general of that region. When he can move against the governors and control the people.
Yeah, people didn't listen to them. People went with IBOB. People comply with IBOB, instructions. So it should be clear to them that people are on the side of IPOB, and they need to engage with IPOB. Whether they like it, they know them, they know where they are in that space. They should meet with them secretly if they don't want to offend the government. If they don't want government to send troops to come and kill them, they can engage with them and start working out things. It's easy. I mean, they speak the same language. They say, when two brothers meet and speak in the same language, they understand each other, So politicians will come to their senses,
Okay. So, do you want me to give you a moment, Adanle Koko? It looks as though you have.
Yeah, I will come back. Let me
okay.
take care of some business here.
All right. Okay.
Engineer, how are you?
Oh, sorry, I caught him just as he was saying hello. Okay, let's go to Ife then, who is already chiming in. Also, Ife, to that space. Let me take you to Professor Akitoye. Yoruba Nation. Akitoye orders to lead Ninas on 1 million march to the United Nations General Assembly. So that million-man march that we have seen used as a political tool within the American space. It looks as though Nigerians, essentially the Southerners, are now going to use its skill on American shores, but now to force a Nigerian narrative. So million-man march led by Professor Akitoye with the Ninas conglomerate, the Ninas collective, all of them approaching the United Nations to assert what is going on in Nigeria. What are you making of that? I've posted the article in the comment section.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are listening from.
No, don't steal Baba Akore's words. That is Baba Akore's greeting.
Okay. Baba Akore, I'm sorry.
Copyright strike.
Let me change it. Make
Oh, look at that. Are you considering? And you will say that is Yoruba now, but carry on. You have Lao people. Look at that. These are Lao people.
I know you are going to take a jab on me. No problem.
No, we will still put a borderline between Badagry and Yoruba land, because we are starting to view you people with suspicion. Good to see you.
Yeah, you see, one man. Either we like it or not, there is a vacuum in Nigeria, and that vacuum is leadership. Everybody start responding to it in different ways. I think, to be sincere, if not that, maybe we are more cool-headed in the South. I'm thinking that if we were majorly, would I say Muslim, some people would have been radicalized. Because I'm thinking of IPOB, either between the Southwest that we are majorly Muslim, you can imagine that we will also take the narrative of Boko Haram, because the narrative of Boko Haram is more like this government, they are corrupt. You have to have an Islamic state that will bring equity. Well, depending on how everybody is defining what is right or wrong, you know. But it's because maybe in the South, there is more enlightenment in terms of education and what we see that is right or wrong. You can debate, I can debate you, you can debate me. I can accept your own view. I can
Do you think that
disagree.
enlightenment and education is a weakness on our part? Rather than us to take to the streets and smash things up, we're letter writing, okay,
No,
we're writing letter to everybody.
no, it's not.
Letter writing, we're doing letter writing
It's
when
not.
direct
It's not a
action is
weakness. It's not a weakness because
going
you
to
have
the
to look.
United Nations
Yes,
to march.
yeah.
When have you ever seen a Malam go to the United Nations to march? They just smash things up and get what they want. But this is what they do. They smash things up and get what they want, and we're too busy writing letters saying
Writing
we
letter.
are, yeah.
Yeah, you have to look at our culture too. You know, when culture mix with another form of culture, the only thing it can do is to modify it. In the South, over the years, we have our own form of how would I put it, monarchical system, which tells you to respect the elderly, which tells you not to look or not to be rude. So now you now have a religion that's telling you that you should either look to God or respect the elderly, so you don't take up, you are not prone to violence. So now, unlike our brothers in the north, who they are more conquest inclined, you know, and that's the way if you want to look at the African space in general, you find that in the south where you have more of Christian, they are a little bit docile. They tend to be diplomatic in the way they want to achieve some things, but in the north is gra gra, you know. Even when you look at our Mali, Burkina Faso, it's always the problem is always in the north. So that's why I'm looking at it. The 1 million march, either we like it or not, there's vacuum of leadership. The constitution is not good. So it is going to shake them. And that's why the Yorubas are very, very diplomatic in the way they approach things. You know, they can say we are slow, but when we get our acts right, it's always hard to break us up. We may not agree on issues generally, but when we agree as a pack, it's always difficult to divide.
You know what you just said now is a conversation that I used to have when I started justice sessions just a couple of months ago. When we used to have different set of characters coming in, and they'll be telling us how the Yorubas are cowardly, they should be out. I say, you don't just launch yourself in at AK-47, because AK-47 will just cut you down. But we have that particular way that, so this is the way we do things. You know, I
Yeah,
mock it
yeah,
as letter writing, but it gets results. Since
yeah.
we can't outgun these people, then we might as well use what we have, which is a brain.
Exactly. And if you look at it, it's now getting to a stage. You know that almost everybody now is either is not even thinking of one Nigeria, and that's why if you see the local government election that have been done in the southwest, we have the lowest turnout. Everybody is either sitting down at home or just minding his or her own business. And to get to a state whereby when everybody is now disenfranchised properly, you find that everybody is now buying to either Yoruba Nation or either they change the constitution. Before coming online, I've just spoken with my people in Badagry. The same thing they are saying. Nobody is carrying any political banner on the head like before. Everybody is now saying that the system is actually the problem. And even if you're a politician now, it's either you are going there on your own, nobody even cares about you. And they will be shocked if they don't fix everything properly, at least to show that they are serious. I will not be surprised. The next election will be the one of the election with the least turnout. That's why I'm saying what will happen in the southwest. It will have one of the least recorded turnout in the history of democracy either in Africa, if not even in the world.
Not just the Southwest, I think the whole of the Southern region, depending on who the candidates are, it'll be a record low turnout because I think we are now at that stage now in Nigeria when everybody has come to the realization that politics and politicians are not there to help them in any way, that they are not going to solve their problems. They only steal money and ride over them and chance them and brutalize them. We all know that now. So what's the point in lining up to go and put your oppressor in a position where he's able
Exactly.
to oppress you? So
Yeah, and also that's why now this proliferation of would I say churches that tends to give people false hope.
there you go.
Because
Eh?
everything is joint one man. Because because it's just a vacuum in leadership, a vacuum in leadership in terms of a process that is right or wrong, and that's the difference in what we have.
Is there
Is
any
it you?
escape? Is there
Wait,
any escape for the
that
Nigerian?
is it you that will go to work here now, maybe on Friday or from Monday to Friday now, in your weekend, is how to rest your brain so that you start the next week, that somebody will now tell you to come for fasting and prayer for 24 hours on Sunday. It's not possible. Any pastor that tell you to come for one 24 hours program on Sunday here, who you see that you won't call the pastor to your house to come and do some good barbecues, So
You know what those pastors used to do back in the day when they travel abroad? They will come and be doing all this their long sessions. They will tell you that the session is from 12 to 2, and then by 2, that is when they're just going, and they'll be keeping you there 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then suddenly people just started getting fed up. And when it's 2 o'clock, people start packing their bags and they start to leave the space. So now they've come to the realization that if you say you are doing from 12 to 2, just do that 12 to 2. Whatever money you can sweat out of people, so that mindset, it has to change. But gone.
yeah, so the same thing, that 1,000 march, I think at a point the European government will also be fed up of Nigerians. You see now that Buhari has called the police on Nigerian protesting in that house in London or
For the
wherever it
second
is.
time. He has
Yes,
done it. He
for
did
the
it again
second
today.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's now getting to a state whereby even if they leave the office, they will not even rest in wherever country they've thought they've looted any funds to.
Mm.
It will even get is and this aggression starts gradually. It will be gravitating. It will be gravitating. Now they are protesting. Maybe the next thing now will be more of pelting them with some form of egg. All those spoiled egg. That
Yes,
all
and
those
rotten tomatoes and yeah.
exactly rotten tomato.
Mm.
That's how it will be gravitating until they will now find out that we just have to. Two things will happen. It's either they sit back or the European superpowers compel them to just fix those space. You can imagine 1 million march to the UN, and it will be done.
If they are calling for that, I've never put myself physically in the space of this sort of, but I will go if they call it. I will go.
Yeah,
Maybe it's only New York there, so I'll go.
yeah,
Just do a round trip. Just go take 3-4 days. Take my laptop and still be making
yeah.
noise for you
Because
guys.
yeah, and do you know why? Do you know why
And Baba
it will
Akure will
have
come as
effects?
well.
One thing is Europeans generally they don't like stress. You can imagine when there is a 1 million match, even if they are not up to 1 million,
It's
let's say
not
a
that they
thousand
don't like
people.
stress. No, no, hold on. It's not that they don't like stress. They don't like the idea of being seen to support illegality. So if that strong a noise is being made in their space that is now making their news, that this is what is going on and you are complicit, then they'll be forced to act because they are always saying they are championing good governance, accountability all around the world. So if you now come into their space and force the issue, then they'll be forced to act because then it is then highlighted to their people that this is what they are
Exactly.
doing. So yeah,
Yeah, and if God wants to really punish Nigeria, this Black Lives Matter movement should now mix with it. It will be something
what
that
has
that
what has Black Lives?
no
Is it
now.
Nigerians not? Hmm?
It's fact. No,
eh?
no. If it's UN, you
Have
know
you been
that this
drinking
thing.
that funny
No, there's a
water that you
way.
bring in for
There's a
that
way
drink?
politics. No, man. There's a way politics mix with these things at times. So that you know to spike to spike what's it called protest. It's just a little thing. It's just somebody to just see the idea behind what you are doing. Okay, oh, we are, and you know this their own little rascal on the street too. They will just be like you that even champion this thing. They will now be the ones to because they are seeing these things.
Okay. If I just to move you on, because I'm getting quite
Yeah,
conscious that our sessions are just
getting too
gruelingly,
longer.
yeah,
Yeah.
gruelingly long. Even the
Yeah.
people waiting on the panel, you can see them very withering away sometimes. So
Yeah.
let's move you on to that Dangote space now that is ordered the arrest and shut down of a newspaper for pointing out that he's a corrupt man just helping himself to the Nigerian coffers. So now
Look,
we see him as a benign man, always smiling, always at Owambe party. But this guy, all the Fulani techniques, he knows them too.
bí irọ́ bá ń lo lógún ọdún, ọjọ́ kan lórin òdodo máa bá. If you are lying for
You know, fear. You're speaking away in the presence of grown-ups.
that's
Eh?
sorry ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà ẹ má bínú,
Look at that.
ẹ má bínú sà.
Well, what shall we find this guy? Where's Ajale Koko? Should we punish this one? Eh? Did you hear him? The rascality. Look at this rascal.
Ajale
This
Koko,
one between the beggars is there.
Ajale
Look at
Koko.
that.
So sorry,
Speaking
maybe I
proverbs in
should
the
maybe
presence
I
of
should say
elders.
let me
He's
say
speaking
it in my
proverbs in the
language
presence of
so that I
elders.
don't understand.
wàá rí mi pa wàá rí mi pa.
Àmì
Okay,
àmì àṣẹ ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà
that's
àṣẹ.
permission granted. Oh yeah, carry on.
You see, we have a population of is it almost 250 million plus.
According to their data.
Whichever way, maybe in the next 10 years we may be going to 400 million. We only have one person controlling oil. That is building refinery. We only have two viable, what's it called, cement company, BUA and Dangote. Are we mad people? And they are running a monopolistic economy. This richest thing of a thing. The problem with a monopolistic system is it does not allow development. It will kill science. You know, monopoly is more or less illegal in all these European countries.
And in Nigeria too.
No, it's not. Well, monopoly is not illegal. How is it? Like, can you go and start? Can you go and start? What's it called? Cement company in Nigeria now. Do you know how they do?
You know that everything. Nigeria has probably the best laws in Nigeria. If you go and look at the Nigerian statute books, then you see that it is heavily.
Let's speak to reality. We will know what's
Yes, the law
obtainable.
and reality is completely different, of course. So I was just saying that according to the statute books, it is, but of course, as the statute books, it's a tea coaster. It's something you put your coffee on in Nigeria.
So the issue is everybody know the leeway he has for his businesses. If every Nigerian has that leeway Dangote has for his business, Nigerians will not be talking about Buhari today. Because they have created a system whereby even if you want to import something to better your own community, I'm not even talking about your state, to better your own community is more or less like a hurdle. And somebody will be given free custom clearance. You that want to start a small business will be asked to pay. If you are not careful, you pay almost 50% of whatever machinery you are bringing to the country. So what are we saying? So it's a monumental corruption. And that's why even now, you can imagine people went to the market to buy foodstuff. Last week it was 2,500. Today they are telling me they have to bargain for 3,500 foodstuff. So what are we saying? So it's part of the system they've created.
You know, a lot of that is the effects of these Fulani herdsmen that are preventing people from farming and all of these things. that's been so we're not, because even the United Nations came out a couple of days ago that Nigeria is on the throes, on the cusp of a food crisis. This is it. This is what we're seeing in the
Yeah,
market now. Yeah.
it's part of it. It's part of their corruption because the rice they don't even eat, they cannot even allow people to access the rice. You can imagine the rice you don't eat, all those rice that they put in 50 kg bags. These rich people don't eat it, but they are still the people controlling it. Why? That's it's just the same thing that happened during the slave trade era when they were trading people for, you can imagine when they were trading people for gin,
For gin
ogogoro and
and
umbrella,
clothes and
uh,
an umbrella. Yeah,
and
God.
mirror.
And mirror, yes. Anyway, it's from your section, isn't it? You are the last.
Yes. And it's
Yeah.
still the same mentality that is happening today. So one person want to control the whole country to the detriment of everybody. It's pathetic. Even you can imagine NPC is now trying to bail out. Yeah, I think I read part of the story that NNPC want to invest in the
No, they bought 20% of his refinery for two
yeah,
point
of the,
something billion dollars
you
just
can
to
imagine.
infuse that money into his project. And
You
this
can imagine.
project, by the way, he has given us 8 completion dates so far, and it's still not completed. So they're just it's just essentially using it to milk around. Yeah.
One man, the way that project is going, I think that everybody will run into loss. Two things will happen now in Europe and in America. Everybody is going towards e-vehicles.
Mm.
I think in 2030 now, it will be legal for you in the UK. No, 2035, it will be legal for you in the UK to buy a petrol car. Everybody
No,
is going
no.
to.
Petrol is just one of the offshoots of that industry, and cars are just one section of what petrol is used for. It may well be it's used to drive industry. It's used to pipe.
Yeah.
It's used to
But the
power
problem is
plants.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
transportation takes the highest
yes.
usage of petroleum products. I'm not saying heavy duty, but these our cars. Transportation is the highest user of hydrocarbon.
Mm.
So you can imagine in 10 years, sorry, in 8 years time, because we are 2021, in 8 years time, we don't want to be using those cars here. What are we saying? That project is not is a right project in the wrong time. Unless maybe they don't want Nigerians to use electric vehicles, or they don't want Nigeria to go into green energy. Maybe that's their plan.
No,
Who knows?
you know what's it called that is used to do roads? That's an offshot of that petroleum space. All this Vaseline that you use, that's offshot of petroleum. Gasoline that you use to cook, that's an offshot. There's gas still within that space. There's just so many products that you can get just off that product. So it's still
Woman,
viable, but like you
woman
said,
is viable, but do you know that
and there will
it's
still be always petrol driven. The petrol driven cars will still constitute the
to Africa,
majority
our
of
normal to yes, our
or
normal to
even in most
Congo.
countries, unless they force legislation to say everybody moves. You know,
No,
they'll always.
economics scale will force everybody. Do you know why? Okay, you can imagine what will now happen is factories here will not be producing those type of cars again. So the best they will be having is spare parts. So over the years, deterioration of those technology will happen such that it's like you are looking for Nokia 3310 now. It's not as if there's no Nokia 3310, but the question is how can you maintain it? Maybe when you have a mouthpiece issue, then you are looking at for mouthpiece of Nokia 3310. So it's a gradual thing. The economics of scale will force you to just change, and if you don't change quickly, it will have monumental effects to what's it called to our economy in Africa.
Mm.
So that's the way I see it. So to quickly give other people a chance. So the way I'm looking at this thing is It's a right project at the wrong it's a right project at the wrong time, unfortunately. But how they are going to manage it, because even this issue of um if they can fix lights, if Nigeria can fix lights, it will even be worse for that refinery, because the highest petroleum usage in Nigeria is for
Generator.
generators. So you can
All
imagine.
right.
So I don't even see us having 24 hours light. I'm sorry.
Why do you say that?
You
I
can
I I,
imagine.
I see us
Ah,
having 24 hours light. What will
one
stop
man,
us from? Yeah.
one man. You see
Mm-hmm.
us having 24 hours light with that loss Dangote refinery has now.
Well, no, I can. Why would we not? All the efforts of government is get towards that provision. So what are you talking about? What will stop us from
Do you
having?
know that, sorry, do you know that the number of petroleum used in generating houses in Nigeria statistically is even higher than the number of fuel used in transportation?
Right. So what point are you making? You're
So this is the
confusing me.
point. This is my small point. I may be
Yeah.
wrong, but this is my opinion. You can imagine if they can fix 24 hours light for Nigerians.
Yeah.
And so where will that projection of usage of those petrol be? Which car wants to use it? When they have even made a
The
legislation in the
Dangote
National Assembly.
refinery is not really get for the Nigerian industry. You have to know that. I don't think more than 10-15% of it is get. It's an internal. Do you know that is one of the top three largest refinery constructions going on globally? This is an international space that this guy is in. So forget Nigeria. It's a worldwide venture. This is what it's doing worldwide. Do you know that India are already ordering things from him that is waiting to deliver? It's just, this is the rush to complete that space. There are orders already internationally for that refinery products. But let me move you from there
Yeah.
to Myanmar Buni and him now projecting forward what he's going to own and listing that with the CCB, Code of Conduct Bureau. So that manner of looting, Dixon, the former governor of Bayelsa State in the custody of EFCC, is still looting. But really, what took me to that space is just that term that they used to describe these guys. Anticipatory declaration is what they're calling it. So, in essence, you declare what you don't already own, knowing that the position that you're going to occupy is going to give you access to so much funds that you then own all of those things. So when they are auditing your assets when you leave office, the new things that you can then that you then acquire, you can claim that you have already owned them.
On
So
there.
it's just diluting. Yeah,
I think Saraki's first case was like that too. When they
yes.
said most of the things he declared was not even part of the things he has already had. So it's unfortunate that's the system we have in Nigeria, because um, it's only used for political vendetta. That's one bad thing. Everybody, it's like Naira Marley song, Ole ni everybody, any lemon ban barao. You understand?
Yes.
It's like saying that all of them are just corrupt. It's just the
See
person
me
that
say trouble. Uh,
exactly now. It's
am I
just
a Yahoo boy?
exactly. So you can imagine what you don't have, you are already projecting it. Uh, Anticipatory declaration, you can imagine.
Only Nigerians. All their bracadabra to loot money, they know it. No law can prevent looting in Nigeria.
Ajayi
No
Toto
law.
àti wọ wàhálà ń lú yẹn.
No, we don't enter one chance. All right, thank you, Ife. I'll still be
Yeah,
coming
yeah,
around to you, but let me make sure I talk base with everybody, and let me go straight then to Baba Akure in his palatial. Is that one of your seven living rooms? Is that one of your seven sitting rooms in your 50-bed mansion in Canada, Baba Akure? Eh?
One
Oh,
man, you gotta
eh?
forget about that. Just go straight to the point, man.
Okay, let's go straight then to Professor Akitoye, who is leading now a million-man march to protest the Nigerian situation at the United Nations. This is a story that the Independence is bringing us, so it's not been fully verified yet, but just taking it off the back of just what's been presented. How do you see that, and what do you think should come out of it? So they are going to march on the United Nations General Assembly in September to say, no, this is what is going on in Nigeria, and everybody has to pay attention.
Thank you for having me. Anyway, I'm not going to say that I did not aware of that before, but what I made to understand is that Professor Akintoye already submitted a memorandum to United Nations. As a matter of fact, he was to go there to present. To present some case in front of the General Assembly. And if you could recall, I said on this platform, I think 2 days ago or yesterday, that there was another group from Yoruba, from the West, Yoruba. They call themselves Yoruba Appraiser, something, appraiser something.
Yes.
That they should not allow Professor Akintoye to deliver any message to United Nations General Assembly. That information came out twice against that, because the paper already submitted. So it is for him to go there now and defend it. So the appraiser organization now, Yoruba Appraiser Organization, want to counter that. Then they had to write their own letter to the United Nations Assembly, United States, European Union, all those places also. They now circulated their own letter. The only thing I see is that I don't think they will have 1 million people. So that is the truth. They may have couple of hundred of thousands, and I am not going to surprise that IPOB will definitely, like Igbo people will likely join them. I'm not going to dispute that, because it is a combination of Nina group, which comprises of majorly southern part of Nigeria. So they may not get million people, but at least they will get couple thousands of people that will be there. Like me, I am not going to go, because you made mention of that, because I'm too busy these days.
Why not, Baba Kure? Are you some armchair Yoruba Nation something?
So I will not be there. So, but to me, it is if it happens, that means that we are heading to we have been heading to the right direction, since you see Alaafin Oyo, not Alaafin Oyo. What am I saying? Ooni of Ife,
Yeah.
Alaafin of Oyo. Yeah, I'm correct. And all those things, and some group of Yoruba elite combine themselves together, and they even voice out that, okay, where they support IGBOHO. So you can see that they are moving to the right direction. So, and like Ife said, Yoruba, they do not fight like Grigri, like they use their pen. And hopefully, I think it will eventually work out through the pattern they've already chosen. So I think it will definitely work out. So that is what I will say to that. And I'm going to go to the issue of IPOB, because I was here when you are talking about the issue of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
We'll be talking about Nnamdi Kanu over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to, before I go to that, yesterday and the day before yesterday, we talked about the issue of IPOB, right? And we are saying that they shouldn't have southeast.
We're losing you slightly, Baba Kure.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes. Try. Yeah. Try and speak now. Let's see if we can hear you. No, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can
okay,
you
we
hear
can.
me now?
Yes, we can now. Yes.
Okay, I think I mute myself. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
all right,
So
carry on.
we were talking about IPOB in the last 2 days, which
Mm,
is the focal point of our discussion.
mm.
Then we did mention that it is going to cripple the southeast economy and stuff like that. If the action of IPOB is going to affect eastern part of Nigeria, why government is chasing them? Because that's the question now. Why government is chasing them? Because if Nigerian government know that, okay, well, we don't care about these people, it's not going to affect us, they shouldn't have even act. If we think that way too. So the action of IPOB, the government of Nigeria know that, okay, it's going to affect Nigeria, it's going to affect the economy. That is why they are chasing them. So come back to issue of Nnamdi Kanu now. Government already made mistake. We'll be talking over about this matter. The since they arrested him, it gives him more power and more popularity, even across the globe. If government did not do that, I think you see what we are seeing here, it wouldn't have even happened. And we said yesterday here, if this continues, there may be no election in the southeast of Nigeria in 2023. That is if Nigeria.
Baba, correct. That is exactly why we're doing it, because it was really the headline that made me bring it up again. It says Nnamdi Kanu de facto the Governor General of Southeastern State. So when they're saying he's the de facto Governor General, that then means that he has power over the Southeastern states, over and above everybody else. So, and we can say that because we can say that Nnamdi Kanu is more powerful than all of the governors of all of the states, both in their states and collectively as a body, because he can tell them to move in whatever direction, and the people will move, and the people would not move at the instruction of their governors.
That is
So,
it.
so that this is what he's saying. So
That,
we are saying, does he essentially control that space now? And what does it, which he does by my reckoning, and if he does, what does that mean? How can
well,
he use? Yeah.
it means that that whatever he say, that is what the majority of the citizen of that quarter is going to follow, because it seems like a majority of them really follow him, and they embrace what he's doing. Now the issue that Ajale Koko made mention of something, that the southeast governor supposed to call them, and then
Talk to
they
them
can
in
sit on
their
round table
yeah, brotherly.
and talk on. I don't see anything wrong in that. That is my own opinion, because in as much the northern part can call terrorists and sit down on table with them, and they can share money with them, and they can recruit them to the Nigerian army, according to the information we are hearing. I don't see anything wrong for Southeast governor with what they are seeing right now to call IPOB table. Then they can talk and agree on way forward, rather than just believe that, okay, they are fighting for their own pocket, or they are envisaging of 2023 that they don't even know if it's going to come. Most of them don't even know if they are going to know the end of this year. Likewise, us, we just pray that, okay, we know next month. So people just plan about what is going to happen in 2023, and they don't even know what is going to happen at the end of this year. Remember, we started in January. We didn't know that we are going to find ourselves in
Baba Akure, do you think that Nnamdi Kanu can use this power that he has now established that he has to move people into state houses in the southeast? So I'm saying that come that election, they have two choices. Either he can either tell his people not to participate in that election at all and just break the back of that election in that space, or he can tell the people to vote for specific candidates who he feels he will have control over, and then he can control formally the state houses in that space. Because he has the power to do both, He can either put his own man in government in every state governor in that space, or just break the back of the elections in that space completely.
You are very right with that point, and I can see if what's the name of this man? Is it Abaribe or Aberibe right now?
Yes.
If he contests for maybe presidency, I bet it with you, 90% of northern, of southeast, we vote for him. So that is the level that Nnamdi Kanu control in the south. We can disregard it to any extent that we want, but this is reality. Because he called them to stay at home the first time, it happens. Everybody stayed at home. You can't even see anything on the road. Then another one happened a few days back, and the same thing happened. So you can see the authority that he has in that quarter, which governor does not even have. So that is it.
You see, Baba Akure, it was only when I saw that headline today, when I was speaking the stories that we could possibly discuss, that it just struck me that, I'm often dismissive of Kanu, and I still am. But it just struck me that this is a very powerful man, This is a very powerful man because he's essentially the president of the Southeast. There's no two.
I thought you're comparing him with Samuel Ekpa.
What's that?
I thought you're comparing him with Samuel Ekpa.
Yeah, no, he's still Ekpa.
No,
he's still
but
a yellow Gary man. But
at the same time, I want us to understand something. Samuel Ekpa just started. You never can tell. He may even bag more than Nnamdi Kanu when the time comes. So we should not. You are checking your head, engineer. That is just the fact.
100% Samuel Ekpa can never ever. I'm telling you, that's 100% guarantee. He will only work for Nnamdi Kanu and for Biafra.
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
I'm not saying that's going to take over from Nnamdi Kanu. But I'm saying his character can even to the extent that we cannot even imagine.
Yeah,
because remember,
let me help you. You know that there are some people that they are not very, very eloquent and vocal, but they are like green
snake under the green grass.
Like they are more deadlier than people who are very eloquent.
That is exactly what I'm saying. When Nnamdi Kanu started, this is how we believe that he's nobody, he's not this, he's that, he's just different. Even on this platform, many months back, we talk him down, but now what happened today? He took charge of the whole Southeast. So that is the position we find ourselves. To me, I don't see anything wrong. Like Ajale say, I will still bring that up. There is nothing wrong in Southeast governor call these people on round table and have discussion with them, in as much some quarter of the country can have dialogue with terrorists that they know that carry AK-47 and have already killed uncountable thousands of citizens, and they still sit down with them and dialogue with them.
They are not terrorists.
Yeah.
They are not terrorists.
There is nothing wrong in governors or elites or elders of Southeast call these people on round table and they can channel the way forward.
All right. Thank you, Baba.
Why should they call saboteurs of the land?
What are you saying, Charles?
Maybe he's trying to mention another Juju name again.
Even need a saboteur. The fortress, right? The saboteurs.
What are you talking about, Charles?
Charles. You know the truth. The saboteurs are trying to get them money, and the saboteurs of the land. They don't care.
Do you know what stoop down means? Don't make me ask you to stoop down. Do you know what stoop down means? Do you know what's took down? Don't make me.
I think he left his mic on. He's talking to somebody in the
No.
background.
This is Charles. It's a new character that has entered the space. Oh, my mommy.
So what is it?
Just settle down, Charles. We'll come to you in a moment. Settle down, Charles. Baba Kure is speaking.
One man, let's go to the next point, man.
Yes. Let's go to Dangote instead and how he's cornering the oil space in Nigeria, and then he's throwing journalists into jail and shutting down newspapers. People think he's just a jolly fellow, but of course he has a dark and a steely underbelly, and this is what is coming into play now. So this newspaper now has exposed the corruption in its oil refinery, which is something some of us have been talking about for a long time. And for having that temerity, first they tried to force them to take down the story. They did not. They were threatening them with legal suits, and the newspaper said, "We'll see you in court." But then, of course, they knew that one phone call to the IG, and that so is Dangote shutting down newspapers for writing about his corruption. What are you making of that?
Well, we've been talking about Dangote for some time too, because he hold Nigeria in the Jagula. Is it Jagula we call it? He hold Nigeria ransom, because I don't see a situation whereby somebody is the person that is controlling the entirety of raw materials in Nigeria. You're talking about cement, you're talking about sugar, you're talking about this. So there is no way a lot of corruption will involve, a lot of misdeed will involve, because for you to make that money to be number one, so a lot of things is going on undergroundly. So there is no doubt it has been there for a very long time. It's just that those who don't know. Like me, when I heard about Dangote, Dangote is this, Dangote is that, I praise him. But when I get out of Nigeria and I see how things run and I see different things, and I say, okay, so this man hold all ransoms, so this why. Because if just one person can be the only person that have license to everything, so and claiming that he's helping us, he is not helping us. He's even killing us. He's even killing us, because if you look at now they said bag of cement now is 3,500. But in neighboring country like Ghana and stuff like, and the other Africa country, they said their cement cheaper than in Nigeria. So why?
And it's the same Dangote that is supplying both countries.
Exactly, it's the same Dangote. So why do you have to do that? If you really love your own country, why do you have to? So you see, that is why this Western world, when you see, anyway, that is what is in the blood of Nigerian government anyway, because it's not him alone. If foreigner come to Nigeria now, they will give them even the job that we're supposed to do. They will give it to them because they are foreigner. So the same thing is applicable to Dangote here. You sell your cement to us in higher price, but in another country you sell it in cheaper price. Why? But other Western world, they consider their own citizens. They consider their own people first.
Because we are Muguns, that's why. Muguns.
They consider them first before anybody. But our own case is vice versa. We deal with foreigner, we left our own to suffer. So
the idea of him using the police to shut down a media house, I mean,
because we are in the political dispensation where you can do anything you want. You can shut down media. You can shut down TV. If president can do that, he can do that too. We have to flex his muscle. Can he do that when this man was there? My confused man, my brother, Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah.
Can he do that? He cannot. But now Why did he do this in the last 2 years? But everything happened the same time. The so-called president of Nigeria and his cabinet tried to shut down every media outlet, shut down Twitter. This guy, this station is there. Their friend station. Channel TV. So all those things. So he has, once they can do that too, he has power to do that, because he is the person that financed all these people, and they cannot even say boom to him. So that is just the case.
All right, thank you. Let me take you then to I'll give you just the last two stories and you can comment on them. So Dixon, ex-BAYELSA governor in EFCC's net, and Buni. And the reason why I'm bringing that Buni story is just that angle of them projecting forward what they are going to loot. So when you're coming into office in Nigeria, you have to declare your assets so that when you're coming out of office, they can then weigh what you say your assets are after your tenure to see if you have enriched yourself more than the value of the position that you occupy. So what these people are doing now is something called anticipatory declaration. So they will declare what they don't own already, knowing that they have that. Yes, no, this is what they are doing. So this guy is declaring that he has 50, 60 houses when they made him governor of Yobe State, so that by the time he comes out, he would have bought those 50, 60 houses, and he would then present them and say, look, it's the same set of houses. So that anticipatory looting, they are investigating him now at the EFCC. This guy, of course, the chairman caretaker committee of the APC. So I mean, just that. I mean,
let me briefly talk on that. Where because we don't have we have law, but that law is not taking its course. They do not allow it to work. So everybody just do anyhow. So if you see, so all these people, they don't really care. What they care about is what they want. As I always say, it is what they can get from Nigeria, not what they can do for Nigeria. So they just trying all means to cover their trap. They don't have anything for us. The plan of every one of them is to just go there, take whatever, as many as they can take, and get out of the place. It's not that they have any plan. You get what I'm saying? And this is well known around the world. When I always mention here that when you're talking about Nigerian people spoil Nigerian name abroad, who first spoiled the Nigerian name? It's not our government. Is it not them?
If you can't beat them, you have to join them.
What?
If you can't beat them, you do what? You join them.
Well, I'm not going to join them. I just be.
It's just that idea, anticipatory declaration. What I am going to have in the future, you declare it as an asset.
So they are number one culprit. So if things like this can be going on, so what do you expect from the citizen? Because nobody accountable for anybody. Everybody just do anyhow. You see, this is the reason why we are having problem all over the world, because even our politicians mess us up. It is little that a citizen even do. They are the first culprit. If you look, I don't know if you see the video of one of a Nigerian ambassador to Indonesia.
The one they gave a beating.
That was squeezed up inside his vehicle, maybe immigration vehicle. That was crying there like baby.
Yam festival.
So you can see the level that these people run Nigeria to. You can see the level. They can even do that to the ambassador of St. Kitts, like all Antigua and Barbuda, that you say one street in Lagos. Indonesia they will not even try that. Let alone Nigeria of claiming of 200 plus million people. Then they can treat your ambassador like that in one country.
When
we saw it today, my wife was watching it on the TV. She was so angry about the way they handled the man. I said, there's nothing you can do about it, and there's nothing your so-called Nigerian government is going to do about it. What Indonesia will say, you fuck up. That is what That is what Indonesia will tell them.
You
they
know,
don't care.
Baba Kore, just on that story, I have two opinions on it. I share your wife's anger, and I am also mocking of them. One, I was angry that a Nigerian diplomat could be treated that way. It's just abject disregard. And there's nothing that is going to happen to those policemen that beat him up, which tells you that it's even worse. So that just tells you, so if a diplomat can be treated that way, then of course, what happens then to the average Nigerian? So that angers me.
Ordinary person.
Yes, that angers me. But the other side of my emotion is I'm just laughing at them. Well, that this is the situation that you created, and that diplomatic passport now is now not protecting you from a situation that you created.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What brought this in is the same story that we are reading right now. So that is why I have to link it with that.
Yeah, no,
that is what is going on. These people mess us up all over the world. They are the number one culprit, and that is why they can mess up our own ambassador too. You said Antigua and Barbuda is one street in Lagos. Indonesia will not even try that to Antigua ambassador or just small islands and keys, let alone Nigeria of 200 million people. When my wife was, I said, what they will tell your government is fuck you up and get your house out of this country. That is what they will tell them.
Yeah, they don't need you. They'll just tell you to get lost.
If they can demolish the house of Nigeria house in Ghana, then you want to go to Indonesia and harass them. They will say fuck out of this place. They just demolish the whole place and get.
Why did they beat him up? Do we know?
They said one document is missing. If one document is missing, according to the report, why don't you call when you saw the document? Okay, something is missing. Then you call and you find out the information, you finalize, but they don't care. That is the level that Nigeria turned us to, even his own official. So when somebody is declaring something that he doesn't even hold now, how do you want people around the world? How do you want them to see you? People even ashamed of I'm from Nigeria.
Baba Akure, racism could be playing out there.
It's essentially yes.
There is no doubt about that.
All these Asian Arab countries, they don't like black people.
They hate us.
It is well understood, but yet they can be racist to ordinary citizens, but not to that level of representative of a country.
Yeah, you're right. They just don't care. They feel, what is Nigeria? What
I'm saying.
They are nobody.
If it is just ordinary citizen, we can say, well, maybe the racism play part of it and stuff like that. But you are talking of a representative of whole country that bring that person represent the Nigeria flag. And you can treat it like that. So somebody who represents 200 million people.
But Baba Akure, why the anger now? You said you've already turned your back on Nigeria, but yet you are upset when they are mistreated. I tell you that everybody
making Baba Akure angry.
You see one man. Let me tell you something.
Making him angry.
I always say this. Regardless of passport you carry, they will still write that Nigeria on it. It doesn't really matter. So there is no way you can erase Nigeria from you.
Okay.
So it is anger people when you let me tell you something, one man. We don't want Nigeria to break up. We're just pretending. It is just that we don't have any option. With this, how these people are treating people.
Yeah, I don't think we want Nigeria to break up.
If Nigeria break up today, I can assure you, we will be crying before we even go.
You know, the size of that country is one of our biggest strengths, you know. Even the Igbos don't want Nigeria to break up. I can tell you that categorically.
If Nigeria break up today, we will all be sharing tears. I am telling you the truth. Whoever want to believe it can believe it. Don't want to believe it can leave it. But that is not the fact.
No, I don't agree with you, Baba.
You don't agree with me.
If Nigeria break up today, we'll be better off.
I'm not saying you are not going to better off, but you share the tears. That is what I'm telling you. You can quote my word and write today's day down. No matter what, no matter how things are very bad, there is something you will remember. There is something you will remember that, oh boy, I could remember when so. Anywhere you live in the world, you can leave that place, but there is something, there is a mark that that place will mark
you
on
are
you
talking about
that you remember it every single time.
Okay, you're talking about
emotional
attachment.
distress.
Okay. Yeah, that's me.
But yeah, well, no, we take that on. But there was this question that I just wanted to ask you, and I'll ask everyone else. If you were not a Nigerian, where would you rather you come from? But you're still within the African continent. So just like a light-hearted little comment, question.
The issue is that one man. I am born in Nigeria.
Now look at
As
that.
a matter of fact, in Itaogbolu, Akure, not local government of Ondo State. I will never be in any other country because that is where I was born and that is where I was raised. That is where I used to. So I don't know anything about South Africa. I don't know anything about Ghana. I don't care.
I think you'll make a very good Ghana. You will make a very good Ghanaian, I think.
I know. I don't want Ghana. I don't want South Africa. I don't. Hey, look, one man.
Yes.
Look, one man.
Yeah.
No matter we can be talking about Nigeria, talking down about this and about that. I'm still saying it. If Nigeria break up today, Ajanleko say it's not agree. Everybody will cry. The same thing happened when they declare Peninsula, Bakassi Peninsula to Cameroon. How do we feel that very day? The same thing is going to happen. It doesn't really matter either you like it or not.
Very, very sad.
Do you know what happened in that peninsula or that Bakassi? You know that a good 80% of the people that were in that Bakassi, they insisted that they were Nigerians and they forced the Nigerian government to relocate them back into Nigeria. So they were even willing to give up their land to continue to be Nigerians. This was what those people did because the people with all their relationships, all their family ties are in Nigeria, and you are telling them that they're not Cameroonians. They said no, they're not Cameroonians.
The same thing will happen if Nigeria eventually break up. I see somebody here said, "Why must I cry about Nigeria?" Because you don't know what is going on yet until when that time comes. Well, if Nigeria break up, there is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with it. Everybody will develop, but I'm still maintaining it. If it eventually break up, there is a unique something that will. Oh boy, I could remember when we were in Nigeria. That is just it. If you leave one city and you go to another city and you believe that city is not good, then when you come to another city, there is single something that you will still be remembering about that city that is not good.
Baba Kurema Binu, Nigeria will never scatter.
Okay.
Nigeria will win.
Nigeria, to keep Nigeria one is a task for you and I.
Well, it will take a long way for that not to happen with what we are seeing right now. So that's just it.
Thank you, Baba Akure. But I agree with you. Something has to change because things cannot carry on the way it is. So thank you. Let's hear from engineer who has been giving us a fella rendition. Don't give up the day.
I'm ready, one man.
Okay, let's go to Ajale Koko first.
Ajale Koko first before me.
Because he had the floor and then understand to. So Ajale Koko, back to you then. Just start off with that light-hearted comment question that I put to Baba Akure. So if you were not Nigerian and you had the option of another African country, which one would it be? Or are you going to be with Baba Akure and you say we will sink with this ship? Are you sinking with the ship or?
I will rather like to come from Ashanti, Ghana.
Yes.
Because they have that historical connection with Yoruba land or Republic of Benin.
Yes.
I love who I am as a Yoruba man, and when my time comes to go back to my creator and have to come back again, I would love to come back to Yoruba land again.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so say all of us, but I wouldn't mind being a Sierra Leonean or a Liberian. I just like their easy, cool ways.
Ajale Koko, let me add something.
Yeah.
God created Yoruba language, and we are Yoruba people. So God did not create. There is no Nigerian language.
You are right. That's a good one right there. So I will want to come back as a Yoruba man. I don't mind whether from Republic of Benin or from Ghana, Ashanti, but I just want to have that historical link with that Yoruba. That's it.
Yes, I don't think there's any Yoruba man that would disagree with you on that one. But to the talking points, you know what the talking points are. I don't know where you left it off, but if you want to pick
I
it
was
up from
talking
there.
about Kanu.
Oh yeah, so carry on.
Yeah. And he has won twice now, and it looks like he's going to win another time. So politicians, what are they still what are they? I mean, where is their strength? It looks like they have people don't trust them. They issued a counter instruction against sit at home. People did not listen to them, but rather comply with sit at home order by IPOB. So they are losing. It is clear. They need to engage these people. They need to sit down. They are two brothers. They are from the same father, the same mother. They need to talk the same language to each other and find a common front and put an end to the crisis that is going on there. They shouldn't allow this. Should we call them? What do you call them? Are they criminal? You don't allow this criminal to divide you against each other. I mean, so they need to see the politicians need to get the message straight now. I mean, the message is very clear, and but the only thing I don't like about the strike, when they want to continue doing it every Monday, people will get tired of it, and people might resist, and IPOB might lose ground.
Yeah. Next week we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, but certainly it won't last 4 sessions. This thing,
no,
and it's very stupid of them to be saying every Monday. Yeah.
So,
but Baba, Ajale Koko, just as an aside, do you concede that the Nigeria that we know, that we nostalgia about, is now gone dead and buried, and if there's going to be a Nigeria for the future, it's going to be a new Nigeria now. So the Nigeria that you and I know, and most of us know on this platform, that Nigeria does not exist anymore. Those rosy days of Hotel Bobby Benson and Bar Beach and all that kind of those are gone forever, never to come back.
No, that cannot happen. That is gone. It's gone for life. Except we have restructuring, then maybe we will start to get by that kind of enjoyment we used to get.
Do you remember Hotel Bobby?
Hotel Bobby.
If you marry Bobby Benson, God bless you.
Hotel Bobby by Friday.
Oh God!
What were you doing there? Why are you mentioning hotel?
You know something funny. I used to watch this things on telly. I never really got to go.
One man went there to rock baby.
No, my now.
Those fat bottomed Kenyan girls.
That man really enjoyed life. That Bobby Benson, he really enjoyed life because look, in the morning, I could remember back then in the 70s, this man in the morning, you will see he uses American cars. See those Porsche cars in front of his hotel. And very in the morning, you can
I remember that hotel used to be painted white.
Oh yeah, white all over, everything white.
Yeah.
So that man will be there sitting down in the morning. Sometimes you see him, sometimes because
did he used to wear a hat like those?
Oh yeah, like this American Caribbean, Caribbean this thing. So
by their fruit we shall know them.
It was a very lovely man. He really enjoyed life. It was just unfortunate. Yeah, very charismatic. It's just unfortunate that cancer killed him. And all the top politicians used to come to.
That was the weekend place to be. That was the weekend place to be. Live band, high life.
I like all the juju stars,
Yes.
and you know,
Two of you are becoming suspect, you know.
This is it. Too much.
That was it. And he had another one in there's another small place he had at IGBOHO too. But that's not as big as the one in Fadi. But you know, those days are gone. We can't get it back. It's gone. That was the day. That was when there was hope. Everybody
that
was
was when there was in Nigeria. But
that was when there in
I think
Nigeria. That time
shortly
it's
after
gone.
that, the end came.
It can't happen. It can't happen again. It's gone. It's suffering. It's suffering we have over
But do
there.
you think that is the nostalgia that a lot of people cling on to? Those glory days of just high life music, people dressed up, you know, the streets relatively safe, money in your pocket, you know, women wearing minis and whatnot, you know, all those days. Do you think people are still hankering back to those days?
Look, you see, a lot of reason why people of our generation are so much attached to that Nigeria. You know, when you remember a place where you grew up, you have your parents, your family, your relatives, and all the rest of them. You still have some friends back home that maybe they are in top places or they are doing well, you know. And is emotional and other attachment is still there. We cannot separate ourselves from that nation. So that is why sometimes we get angry at what is going on when we see where a country that we have seen a lot of good things happen there, and you see it dying, you see it crumbling, you see it right in your eyes. Somewhere that was good, you see it crumbling right in your eye while you are alive. How do you feel? And you know that it's not it's not nature that is destroying it, but it's man-made, man action that is destroying that place.
Own goal. Nigeria is scoring own goals all the time. They are not scoring in the opposition's net. They are scoring in their own net.
Sometimes when I remember, sometimes my mom, when they want to go to party, they will said, okay, go and call me cab. We go outside. We get a cab. We tell him, okay, it's shatter. It's shatter. You know, when they hear shatter, you know, they know it's good. They are making good money. While my mom is still inside, doing her makeup, doing everything, maybe for the next 30 minutes, 45 minutes, the cab will not worry because he knows he's going to make good money. It will take her to the party and bring her home later.
Wow.
Can you do that? Can you do that in Nigeria today?
Ajale Kuku, you are telling me I did not even know.
You dare not.
Can you do that? Can you do? The cab, you call cab, and they just come. They will stay right in front of your house. They will be there for like 45 minutes. The man will be doing his thing, sitting down, listening to music.
Sometimes mommy will even send him a plate of food. That go and give him.
Sometimes they will get it. And when they go to party, when they come back, they come out with a lot of gifts, plenty gifts.
Yes.
Another emotional feeling from Ajale Kuku.
Man, don't let us remember the good things that we have had in that country.
I just wanted some of these people to understand where some of this anger and frustration is coming from. Because there was a time that country was good. There was a time that country was good.
We have lived in a country where there was no problem about security. We look in our house. We in the 70s, we never lock our door. The front door is never locked. It's always open. Who is coming in? Who is coming to rob you? Nobody. You will go to party. Look, sometimes if, let's say, some of our family friends, they want to have a party And my friend, I want to go with my mom to there, and okay, they say, okay, let's go. You get cab, we go, and when we're coming back in maybe like 2 o'clock, there's nothing that will stop you. There's no problem there. That fear of insecurity is not there. You don't fear nobody. Somebody is going to rob you. You don't fear anything is going to happen to you. You just come home and, with a lot of gift. We bring a lot of gift because everybody will come with gift and give each other gift. You come back home with gift. Can you get that now?
Nigeria is dead.
This is just ordinary people. This is just ordinary, not millionaires. Not millionaires. Not millionaire.
You didn't even have to you didn't have to be a millionaire to live a decent life in Nigeria. And then that gave you that morality that you didn't have to steal. And that controlled that crime space because there was money. So criminality was then frowned upon, and you didn't want to be seen as a thief or a fraudster. But now, the place is so bastardized that nobody wants to know. Just go and get that money. Just steal it, kill, maim, savage, ravage. Bring that money. It's just all people care about now.
Can I ship something in, please?
Yeah,
just in a moment.
Okay.
Do you know now that Yahoo boys is almost legalized safe? Because I was talking to one guy the other day. He said he said to me that there was no money in the circulation. That those who are buying things now are those Yahoo boys because they don't care. So that is what most youth are doing right now. So you see this country here. When they provide all every opportunity, they know what they are doing. Like one man said, when you have two food on your table, you won't be thinking about crime. When you have something to do, when all the provision is there, if you lost your job, you'll be working before you lost your job. Government make provision for that. Okay, where in the region you are okay, you will be getting paid for at least 42 or 52 weeks until when you get new job. So who is going to steal somebody says something when those things are there? I'm not saying that some people still steal me. Some people still steal somebody says something anyway, but it's not as much as what we are seeing in Nigeria today. We anybody can say anything they want. Like for the emotional attachment, there is no way you can. If you have American passport, you have Canadian passport, whatever passport you have, it will still show that Nigeria. There is no way you can erase it from your life. That is just the fact. Either you like it or not. Like Ajan said, I could remember at 3 a.m. like this, you will see bus driver in front of our house collecting people within my town. Those people who will be traveling to Lagos at 3 a.m. But can you do that now? Like Ajan said, you can't do that. I could still remember when I was home, 1 a.m. in the morning. I left Lagos State going to Akure. 1 a.m. in the morning, inside the public transit, going to Akure from Lagos. Nobody's focused on the road. But now you even now in the broad daylight, you cannot even drive from Lagos to Ondo State without even panicking.
Yeah, Buhari brothers are waiting.
Problem. You don't have food to eat.
Buhari brothers are waiting for you.
You don't have food. You don't have food to eat. You're thinking about security. You don't have job. So this thing is irritating.
Oh man.
And that is why you see a lot of people just die. You will hear this guy died yesterday. You say, what happened? They don't know what happened to him. Because of frustration.
Do you know that people are jumping from Third Mainland Bridge into the lagoon now in Nigeria? Suicide rate in Lagos is just alarming, just frustrating. You can't take care of your child. You can't be a man. You are completely emasculated. They've taken away your mojo. You are owing everybody. You are embarrassed to show your face, and then your wife is just talking to you. people are just jumping into the lagoon.
If you go to Third Mainland Bridge as of today, you see policemen on top of it.
They are manning it. Yes, they are manning it.
And
you see, this politician, this is what they cause. They came in 20 years ago. And since then till date, they have consistently destroyed that country. And they have destroyed it completely. And we shouldn't have mercy for these people. We should call them who they are. We shouldn't. That is why yesterday, Tayo, what his name? He was trying to be too lenient.
Ajale Gogo, I know you were angry.
It's still bad.
Allow you to talk.
No, I know I just play Gogo very well. When it goes into one,
now, I said, this guy is a looter. Look, go on Google now. Just type the #1 landlord in Africa. You will see Tinubu name comes out. What makes him #1 landlord in Africa? Because he has taken so much land in Lagos, so much government land, and converted it to his own. And that is what makes him #1 landlord in Africa. And then we don't want to call them looters. We don't want to call them. It didn't create an enabling environment for university graduates to progress, to prosper, but rather to agbero and omota. You see university graduates riding Okada, struggling to make ends meet, and you see agbero and those MCO building 5-star hotel. They have houses in Lekki. They have houses in Abuja. What kind of country is that? And you want us to keep on, regarding these people as human beings? They are not human beings. They are looters. They deserve no respect.
Ajanle Koko, just to prove to everybody that you are not a liar, let me just share this screen. So you said go to Google and find out who the #1 looter is. So I have gone to Google and this is what it says.
What did he say?
Can you see? Can you see on your screen? So at the top of the page, #1 landlord in Africa, Tinubu now in Guinness Book of Record, etc. So it's even at the top of the page. So
can you see that?
Like you just said. So let nobody call Ajale Koko a liar. So there it is.
Who dare call Ajale Koko a liar?
No. When they said go, me, I like to fact check people. So when they said go to Google now, you see, and I went to Google and at the top of the page, they are like.
What makes him #1 landlord in Africa? What makes him #1 landlord?
It's his hard work now, hard work and industry.
And look at him. And look at him.
Oju Yobo, as a rational mind likes to call him.
And look at him. He's sick now. He cannot treat himself in that Lagos state that he has held under his armpit for 20 years. He has to travel to Britain and America for treatment. But ordinary people over there, we go to government hospitals and all this, they have nothing there. They have nothing there. Another person will die there. Are these people? Are they human beings? And somebody will say we should not call them looters. That guy was shaking in his voice yesterday. He was afraid.
And Ajanle Koko, you know the funnest part of it is that when they want to address you now, they will say be a good ambassador in the country that you are, but they never be a good ambassador. That is what your government will say. The Nigerian government will say to you, particularly Abike Dabiri, you say, always be a good ambassador.
Don't mind that one. That one, because he was a newscaster before now. Now he became one of the politicians, and they have showed him how, they have showed him the way to loot money. He has been looting money too. So he has to defend them. He has to side with them.
Yes.
What kind of people are these?
Let me move you quickly.
Look, the name Nigeria, you see abroad here that Nigeria this, Nigeria that, Nigeria this. They are not the product of these useless people. They are product of what we had when we had Western Nigeria when we had restructuring, it was restructuring that gave us all this product that we see Nigerians in top places everywhere. Not the product of present Nigeria. And some of our own children here that we born in this country, they are the one that perform in many countries, in many places here in where we live in overseas here, that make that Nigerian name, make it great. It's not Nigeria that makes them great.
Do you know
but individual effort, our individual effort.
Yeah. Do you know that it's even getting to a stage now whereby it's even the children of Nigeria in diaspora that are now representing Nigeria in sporting activities?
Yes, especially in America. You see some American girl that has never been to Nigeria before wearing Nigerian colors in a sport. And that's usually because they don't make the cutoff in their home country. So then they go to their parents' country to get that to get that opportunity.
So we should not be shy of calling these people names or looters or these. You know, they are bastard. They are thieves.
Oh, yes. You know, Ajale Koko, you know, I've fallen out with members of my own family over this Tinubu matter. When I'm saying that this guy is a crook, and the guy, because he is politically active, he was fighting me on a family platform that look at you abroad. You are sitting abroad calling people names. I say, but the guy is a looter now. Are you saying he's not a looter? He say, what have you done? Come and take politics. It turned into a real big fight. You know, I'm saying a looter is a looter and you're arguing with me. You know, this also.
What you are underrating is this. This environment gives you the type of confidence and comfort that can let us meditate and reason the right way. But the environment back home, you know, people suffer from different mental illness, upon stress, depression, and so many things. So even to have time to meditate and think the right way is so difficult. So that is why everything you are saying wrong, to them, they will be looking at what's wrong with this man? Are you not the Nigerian? Why do you think this way? So whatever the way you are reasoning like an alien, you know, to a foreigner to them. So all you are doing, you are just, as far as they are concerned.
No, Allah, you know the problem. The problem is that they are benefiting from that.
Exactly, because he is
that is why they are defending them. It is not no other reason.
Not necessarily. I see someone that is not even a politician. My schoolmate that I know, there are some of them are lecturers, some of them are teachers. They can defend Tinubu from now to tomorrow. Because see, this thing is that I know because A is working for Tinubu, that A that is working for Tinubu is my friend. All of a sudden, whatever Tinubu does is right because they know someone that is associated. That's just the problem. This thing is made by association. So they want to be right, they want to be nice to their friends, so that everybody is waiting for his turn that may not come in 100 years. So you want to be in the good book. So if you really want to know Nigerians the way we behave, our behavioral, you find on Facebook. That's the best way to see. And you start seeing someone that is suffering, that is even begging his brother overseas for money to eat. We'll be telling you that if you are there too, we will do your own. We'll be supporting those people that are unleashing hardship on them. So I don't know. I can't explain.
It's called Stockholm syndrome. This is what it's called. Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, Stockholm syndrome.
Look at him now. He's here. He's fighting for his health because he doesn't have nothing in Lagos that no health service that can treat him in Lagos. All of them will be running come to abroad for medical treatment. They don't have anything for their people, and they want to remain there. Look at that bastard in Gigetu. Do you know those resident doctors, what they get presently for Azad allowance is 5,000 naira.
Imagine that.
5,000 naira.
Mabinu.
From 1991.
Would that even buy you a decent lunch?
That is $1. That is $1. $1 per month for Azad allowance for resident doctors. People that spend about 8 or 10 years in universities. Then you have Agbero making millions.
Remember when
all
we
by
did
the grace of this Tinubu and all the rest of these politicians you have in power.
Remember when we did the economy of the Agberos, 123 billion. But
Billion.
is enough to make you cry. But I thank you, Ajale Koko. He always gets emotional.
And this bastard Ngige, this bastard Ngige is a doctor himself,
yes.
And he entered into agreement. He entered into MOA, memorandum of agreement with these people, with the doctors. When they first called the last strike, when they were on last strike, you came with them, you sat down with them, and they entered into memorandum of agreement with them, and they went back to work. And because you didn't fulfill the agreement, they are embarking on another strike now, and then you are threatening them. You said they're going to be fired. You said this, you said that. For what? For you not complying with, for not comply with what you signed with them.
All right, thank you.
5,000. 5,000.
Just for reasons of time, let me take your soundings. Let me take your soundings quickly on the Myanmar Malabuni situation. These are forward projection of your assets as soon as you get a cushy position within the Nigerian space. And Dixon, the ex-BAYELSA governor, in the custody of at least under the scrutiny of the DSS. So to that corruption space, but that particular language of anticipatory declaration. So forward projection of your assets. So another just it's only in Nigeria, of course. Anticipatory declaration. What I am about to loot, I already own.
So, Mama, are they anticipating this what's it called? Dollar exchange or pound exchange?
Is the quality of the
state budget. Excess crude dollar account.
State budget, so state allocation. What are they allocated to my state? Let me anticipate on that.
Anticipatory only.
Yes.
That one is I don't know who gave them that idea. You see those people. I keep saying they are criminals. How can you? Oh Lord. Well, if they have, is that not the temporary chairman of
APC?
APC.
Yes.
You see what we're talking about. So the EFCC have invited him now, or what are they doing with him?
No, this was flashed up by the Code of Conduct Bureau because, of course, they have to do asset declaration when they come in and then again when they go out. So he did this anticipatory declaration, which these people thought was too heavy, and they are investigating him. But then the people that support him, which will almost certainly be Malami, they are pushing against it. But what they were saying, what this article was saying, is that Buhari is staying away, that he wants a free hand to investigate that space. But it was just two things that made me bring this story up for discussion. One, the character involved, Miyamala Buni, who is already under the cosh for being even illegal in his post. This now anticipatory declaration even weighs down on him even more. And then, of course, just that looting element as well. Just
if Malami is with him, there's nothing that will happen to him. They will cover it up. They will cover if Malami is standing with him, or if Malami is really trying to stand with him, they will cover it up for now. They might get him later, maybe after, already he has immunity. So there's nothing they can do against him as a sitting governor. There's nothing they can do against him now until after he left that office. That is when they can pick up case against him. So he's still secured. He's still secured in that position now. So, and between now and the completion of his term, I believe he will have done some correction to his anticipatory document. Anticipatory declaration. So
I'll put those names on his friends and his kid and his wife.
Yeah, he will do something about it. So he's still secure. There's nothing can happen to him. The law still protect him now as a sitting governor. So they cannot do anything.
Is claiming he has in excess of 2 billion naira in cash in various bank accounts. And what this piece that I read that was saying was that this guy is not known in business or industry or in anything other than being a politician. A politician is a salaried position. You get a wage, you are a worker and you get a wage. So how has this person accumulated well in excess of 2 billion naira in cash in bank accounts just from being a salary earner? Just these things, it's just
if you make like 100 million as salary in a year, approximately it could make two.
You can have 2 billion cash in the bank. So that means it doesn't spend the money at all.
It doesn't spend the money.
If you can't beat them.
But they don't have to spend their money. It's just that those people with fat pay they get, if they are really patriotic that nation, they don't have to spend their money because they pay enough. I mean, it's enough for them. They live in free house, they eat free food, everything, they free car, and everything is free while they are in office. If they are contented with that, not stealing from public purse and just do their work and manage the resources of the state judiciously, they'll be better off in life after leaving the position. But these people are just habitual criminal, and that's it. Luther, habitual luther.
Ajale Koko, let me just bring you just a couple paragraphs from that space because it really tickled me. It says, the property, this is just a random paragraph that I'm starting from. The property, he also claimed at the time, yielded no income in rent yearly. Buni declared that as at the 23rd of May 2019, he had the sum of 1.3 billion in his Keystone account. In his Zenith account, he has 439 million. The governor further claimed he has 912 million in his Fidelity account. He also has 95 million in his Access Bank account. Buni also told the CCB, this is the Code of Conduct Bureau, Buni also told the CCB he had millions of naira in 8 other accounts. He also claimed he owned over 20 vehicles worth millions of naira. Now, this is the part that really tickled me. He also claimed he owned over 20 vehicles worth millions of naira. He raised through personal savings / loans and the helping hands of friends. So the helping hands of friends is what accounts to 1.3 billion naira, 900 billion there, 400 billion there. Those are the helping. How come I don't have? How come I only have friends like you, Ajale Koko? Why don't I have friends like that?
Maybe engineer is one of his friends.
Yes. Putting billions into your guy. The helping hand of friends. So 1.3 billion in one account is the helping hands of friends.
Calm down. No get blood pressure.
Engineer is one of his friends.
Yeah, it's a lot to take on. Some of these people, they don't even bother.
Help us too. Help us now.
For some of the reasons they come up with, I will respect them more if they say that, okay, I stole it. So what? Do your worst. It's better for them to say that than to tell me that you have over 2 billion in their account. Helping hand of friends. Imagine that.
They are brainless people.
I only have friends like you, Anife. People have friends that are putting billions in their account. Look at that.
Don't worry. Thank God you have what's it called, care guides. So when you want good correct, I will be able to feel that.
No wonder we take to the care. These people have driven us to drink.
They are brainless people that are in charge of authority in that country. Just like Abba Kyari saying that he's sending money to
for fashion designer, CCP, Assistant Commissioner of Police. /fashion designer.
They are brainless people, man. So it's just a shame that we have those kind of people in charge of the country. So this tells us that that country is heading nowhere. So he is caught. They caught him. All of them in position of authority, all the governors and all of them, that's the same way they are operating. It's the same way. So where are we heading to? We are heading towards disaster. That's what it tells us. Because they cannot stop. They can't stop. They are habitual looter. They are pathological mad people. I don't know how to describe them.
All right, thank you, Ajale Kokun. You promise yourself every day that you won't get angry, but as soon as we do the first story, you can't take it anymore. Engineer, good to say. Thank you, Ajale Koko. I want to try and cap it, not to make it as long as we usually get. So, engineer, good to have you. You know what the talking points are? Well, we were talking especially about Dangote throwing a newspaper an editor in prison and shutting down his media house for having the temerity of exposing him. And we're asking, is Kanu the de facto Governor General of the Southeastern States and the Code of Conduct Bureau and this forward declaration, anticipatory declaration of assets, which is now the new term that we're conjuring with within the Nigerian space. So, engineer, your words.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and good to see everybody looking very healthy. Even though Ola Jale Koko, their camera is not working, we'll understand the reason why. And with Ife. Basically, Wama, you forgot to ask me the same question you're asking everybody.
Engineer, my own no be say the fear is professional issue.
No, understood.
They argue well on Facebook and that thing. It don't affect for background check once. So I know that they talk. So if you
no
want
problem,
to
I understood.
Google and all those things, no go.
Professional issue, also known as the fear of Buhari. The fear
is
of
the
Buhari
beginning of
no, not fear of Buhari. It's here. It's not fear of Buhari.
For Ola to mention 5.
Do you know that engineer? Do you know that they've budgeted some money in for WhatsApp control and internet? I saw it on Sahara Reporters this evening. That country is going to a fascist type of country.
Going into it's already a fascist.
It's draining. It's sinking. It's Titanic.
You know, it's but yeah, engineer, to the talking points.
Yeah, first and foremost, ask me that question first.
Yes, if you were not the Nigerian engineer, which African country would be your choice?
To be honest, I'll call it Daura African country.
This is it, the Federal Republic of Daura.
Exactly. That's where I will come because that's the moving train. That's the updated moving train in Nigeria.
Even Okorocha is building schools there now.
Oh, here we go. He's a clever man. He's a clever man. He will just play them and boom. That's it. People shouldn't blame that man for any reason. He's very clever. He knows what he's doing.
No, that's Alexander's man.
Okay, so back to business. You see, when it comes to the issue of Dangote, we know the story of Dangote now. One man, when Obasanjo came into power, what happened with Dangote? That's where Dangote name starts, voicing out everywhere in Nigeria. So it's not a new thing. Dangote knows everything. He knows. See, there are things that we are mistaken here. You see, this man has money, and when you have money, you can do anything you feel like to do. Some time ago, some girls that he has been, putting them in a lodge. One, she came out and say something, but people will look at it and say, "Oh, she's just coming because of the money, this and this, blah blah blah." You see, that's how they will cover all those stories. So people like this, they are the most dangerous people we have in that country. That's just the truth. Money can never satisfy those people. They rather prefer the money than humans' life in that country. So they don't care. They don't care. So this is what is happening with him. He has the power to fighting newspaper. If you know your hands are clean, why not just say, okay, let them be doing what they're doing? You understand? But there are things that if they hit the nail.
Or better still take them to court. That is what the court
Exactly.
system is there for.
That's it. If you know that your hands are clean or you're okay, take them to court. You know, have your own lawyer. You have the money, so let them apologize to you, or said, we are sorry for saying such things against you. To make it as a professional man, not a corrupt man. But with all these kind of moves you're doing, it's like you're telling the world, telling Nigerians that you do anything you feel like to do. And it's sad thing, to be honest. It's really, really sad. But the good thing is God will expose them one by one.
All right. Thank you, Engineer. Before you go on to the next topic, with your permission, Ola, Baba, Akure, and Ife, let me shuffle you to bring in there's just a volume of people waiting to come in. So just let me do that. But carry on
no
now,
problem.
Engineer.
Okay, when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, you see, there's what we call Python dance.
I know that Python dance.
Exactly. You see, I like what is happening currently in Nigeria because you see, Baba Fela said, "Balava, you define," and those are the things
you
that.
go get yo.
Thank you. Ajale Koko is too much.
Ajade Koko knows where the Miliki is. They know he's the first person to a good time.
Exactly. So you see, things like this. You see, in Nigeria, where you are demoralizing people's future, demoralizing people's career. You went and kidnapped one man that he is trying to figure out what will benefit people in that country. You see, the gods of IGBOLAND is protecting him now. You understand? The man who said people should sit at home in respect of the Biafran war, and there was a sit at home and it went well. Now it ended up being Mondays. To be honest, it's a huge and heavy slap. Huh? A country where the governors, the Senate, everything, they are looting the money. They don't care about the citizen of the states. What do you expect? So things like this will definitely come on. If somebody come out and give you a vital information about the background of your state and everything, are you going to follow him? Imagine the graduates we have in Nigeria. They come out from university, no jobs, nothing. You end up seeing them riding Okada, or if they manage to have money, they will buy like a car to do Uber or taxis. You see, so things like this. If you have somebody that will be giving you that word of wisdom, advice, obviously you will go for the person. One man. It's bluntly truth, nothing but the truth. The only mistake I'm always saying, people from the south should be very, very, very careful. If this continues, this Fulani, they are finding a way to penetrate into that zone, that area. You understand? Because things like this, honestly, they have been figuring how they can penetrate. But because of the ESN networking that is working well, they have no option rather than to stand by. But it's something
it's just really interesting, the sort of power that that guy now, very fortuitous in many ways, because I don't think he even had the anticipation that it would go that way. But by whatever means, he has found himself in that space now, and he occupies now a power space within the eastern quarters. He perhaps is the foremost voice in the east. Nnamdi Kanu I'm talking about is the foremost voice in the east, if not really the only voice in the East. His voice is more powerful than Ohaneze Ndigbo. His voice is more powerful than all the governors put together. And his voice seems to be the one that chimes with the people on the street. Suddenly, he is the governor general of the entirety of Igbo land.
In custom, there's what we call cantonman.
Just some rascally boy from Oma here.
You see, they call it cantonman. Is it cantonman of custom? That's the general senior officer in custom, and this is who Nnamdi Kanu is in the southern area. You understand? People have to listen to him because look, one man, this guy hasn't done anything wrong for Nigerian to go all the way to another country to kidnap him. They kidnap him. That makes him to become more stronger. You understand? It's like they are more building. They are the one building the foundation for this guy to excel. So at the end of the day, it's good. It's good. What happened is good. If they can be doing it every month, that will be much more better. You understand? Because at the end of the day, listen, one man.
Yes, every month, yes, but not every week. No, that's
See,
that's too much. That's too.
this is what I'm saying. If they're doing it every week, then they have to be very, very careful in terms of farmlands. They have to put their eyes there in the farmlands. They shouldn't.
Oh, you mean they're opening a window?
Yeah, of course, of course. I keep saying this. They are opening that window to this Fulani men. Fulani men will trip in. And what do you expect? The governor, what will he do? He will end up calling Abuja, and Abuja will send the same repentant Boko Haram in army uniform
Yes,
to trip into the zone, and that will clash. That will clash. A lot of people will die. This is what is going to happen. But we are praying for such thing not to happen. And when it comes to reality, one man, I keep saying it. If today the governors, they provide jobs for people, you understand, all this issue, all this sit at home will not happen, will not take place. But due to the fact that the level of the poverty in that country has drained people to the stage that...
Do you think the Biafrans, engineer, do you think the Easterners, do you think they really want to secede from Nigeria? Or do you think this is really a battle for a better deal? Is this just the language of the frustration of marginalization? Or do you think
Yes.
they really want to come out of Nigeria?
Listen, it's the language of marginalization and the frustration. Because if you go to the southern area, we have thousands of graduates. One man, I have friends. I keep saying it. If I have 100 friends, 80 are Igbos. I know of how many Igbo guys who left Nigeria for good. You understand? They are all in Malaysia, all in all these Sahara countries. They are all there. Why do you have to leave your country? Those are the things we should start figuring and asking ourselves.
But you don't think they want to secede from Nigeria? They just want a better deal where they are able to feel that they are part and parcel of that country, and that this country wants them equally as they want to be part of it. Because I don't think fundamentally they want to leave, but I just think that
Can
they
I
are
come
just...
in on that? I'd like to comment on that, please.
Yeah. Okay, go on.
Okay,
Yeah.
go on.
Okay. First of all, today has been a very, very good show. I mean, the topics, everybody's input, Babakire, Ajan Lekeko, everybody's been discussing the issues.
I hope you are not going to now lower the tone, Pansat, because we know you for your rascally ways.
No, he's driving, so be careful though.
Now, I wanted to come in. I'm almost home, but I thought I'd come in and first of all give you guys that kudos. But it's come down to a crescendo. The topics that I've been fighting with one man about, first of all, on the richest man of Africa. Okay, I was saying that he hasn't been doing any value added to any of the stuff that he's been doing in Nigeria, and that he's one of the problems we have. But let me address the last issue, which I wanted to come in on, and then I wait my turn to talk about the other stuff. Obviously, it's a fluid situation going on in Nigeria right now. There's a big difference in the last 6 months. We Biafrans wanted to succeed from Nigeria because there was no hope when it comes to the Yoruba. At that time, Nigeria is a three-legged stool. So if the Yorubas were on the same trajectory with the Fulani, the Hausa, like that during the war, there's no need. We want to succeed from the country, period. But lately, the brotherhood between the Yoruba and the Igbo, it manifests itself, obviously, and even the middle belt is tilting towards the same thing. So I would say that there is a possibility that we rescue Nigeria. Okay, obviously, if we do what we're supposed to do, we're not supposed to make peace now. If the middle belt the Yoruba, and the Igbo wants to restructure Nigeria, then what are we waiting for? We don't need the United Nations. We don't want to do it peacefully anyway, even if they want to do it peacefully. That's where I disagree with Nenas, with my friend Tony. I believe that we should do by force. If we, the majority, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Middle Belt, want to succeed, we want to restructure Nigeria. Even if we have to go our separate ways and then come together, then that's we have to dictate that to them. The leftover. Okay. I also
what are you talking about? You are not in a power position. You are just a tiny little speck within the Nigerian space.
The Yoruba, the Igbo, the Plateau. We're a little space.
Yeah, no, but we're not in one commonality, are we? We're of different interests.
No, we are now. There's a big difference in the last 6 months in that Nnamdi Kanu would be a rascal if once we agree that, okay, the problem we have to progress is coming from retrogrades, okay, people who want to live in the past, violent people, okay, people who don't value education. If the Yoruba, the Igbos, and the Jos Plateau, and some reasonable Hausas determine that we need to restructure Nigeria, then why should we do it peacefully? Why should we wait for somebody else? That's why I don't understand. You want to do a million-man march?
Restructuring not going to happen in Nigeria. Not going to happen.
Okay, if you have the Hausa, if you have the Yoruba on board, you have the Igbo on board.
No, you don't have them on board. What you have is just a loose coalition of convenience. There's no real firm footing in any of these things. You know, I'm not sure there's any fundamental trust between the Yorubas or the Igbos. I don't think fundamentally there's trust between these two people. There never has been, and I don't think there presently is. Yeah,
that's true. Right now, there hasn't been because our leaders, okay, have not gone for that. They're going separately, but trying to have a loose thing with the international community. The only way the international community is needed is, say, the Igbos, the Biafrans, who want to go to war or succeed. Yeah, we need the international community. But if we don't want to go that route, there are two different routes. If the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Middle Belt, okay, determined to forge a political unit, then what we should go for is restructuring. Anybody who talks about Biafra at that time will sound a little bit radical because there's now no need for that.
Yeah,
the reason why you need Biafra is because in our own mind, as a Biafran, I'm going to tell you that the frustrating thing is Yoruba and Hausa are forming an alliance, just like during the war. Then we got to get out of that. We got to find our way out of it. But right now, with what's developing, I kind of feel it. It's not official, like you're saying, but I'm telling you that it's very easy to form that coalition to say, okay, Yoruba, Igbo, Plateau, reasonable Hausas, we want to restructure Nigeria. We ought to do it by force. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you. So back to you, engineer. You just land your thought on what you were saying.
Okay. So back to what I was saying regarding what is going on with Nnamdi Kanu. You see, if in that southern area, I keep saying it, if they have things, if they structure things very well, nobody will, start shouting of let's split, let Igbo go, or let this and that. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the history, how things are going on, you look. When was the last time Igbo man touched that presidency? And even come to think about the Yorubas, when was the last time, apart from Obasanjo, when was the last time Yoruba people touched that presidency? So it's something that.
But the Igbos, they don't have. Do they have that capacity for presidency? They don't have antecedents of leadership, do they? Do they have leadership qualities in Igbo? Do they have leadership qualities?
Yeah, they have few people.
Can an Igbo man lead a nation? Do you think?
No.
Yes, of course. They have few people, and now they're
That's
coming
a
out.
dumb question.
It's just for you to give them that chance. You understand, one man?
That's a
If you
dumb
give them
question.
They
that chance to
will
prove it,
using Nigeria to do apprentice.
if
They'll
You
go
you
want
make
to
your
give
be
them
money.
doing
that
that, yeah?
chance, we have Okorocha. You see,
Don't say Peter Obi, please. People,
no.
I don't know that the Igbos have it within them to lead a nation.
No, the thing is, just give them a try and see. You understand?
You
If you
want to
want
use
to,
Nigeria to do work experience. You want to
one
use
man,
presidency
if you
to
want to
do
start
work
them, if you want
experience.
to start
One
them
man.
in vice presidency, that would be fine. You
Yeah,
know,
vice president is right.
but
It's okay for them
time
to
goes
have a
on.
supervisor, but
With
you
time
can't
goes
use
on.
like the presidency to do work experience now.
No. One man. We all come from the same place, regardless of the language or this and this and that. You
Mm.
understand? It's
Look at
just
it. Look at this
what is
guy.
One
happening in
man, you
that
should be
country.
obedient.
Igbo was the first president of Nigeria. Nnamdi Azikiwe.
No, no, he was a ceremonial president. It wasn't a full. It
That's
wasn't an
bullshit.
executive.
That's
The
bullshit. That's
president
bullshit.
of Nigeria then was what was his name? Ahmedu Bello or whatever, whoever it was then.
That's bullshit.
So,
That's nonsense.
so
He never controlled the army. This is what defeated him.
I
now
think
the
He
thing
never
is,
controlled the
Igbo's the only
finance.
man that
He
could be
was
safe.
only like
The
a
Igbo president.
ceremonial person.
one man.
Do you know how many Igbos you have in diaspora and what they do?
Yes,
Igbo
they
have
can do
money.
whatever it
Igbos
is
are
they
everywhere
like.
around the world.
Everybody's in the
Igbos
diaspora
in
doing a
Europe,
lot of
Igbos in
things.
China, everywhere.
Yeah, settle down, Charles, please. Engineer to you.
So that's what I was saying. If it's time, they should give them a chance. Let them prove to the world that they can do it as well. You understand? Because if you look at it, it's a bit unfair. If we can put that wazobia on top of Nigerian currency, so what is stopping the beer the beer to take its own
Yeah.
stand? Exactly.
No,
You
no.
know. No, one man. Let's be honest.
I'm
We need
not
to.
sure that Nigeria is ready for an Igbo presidency, and more importantly, I am not sure that the Igbos are ready to preside. But that is just my own
No,
personal
but we
view.
have few of them that they're coming out. So why can't they be given opportunity for them to excel? You know?
You can't use a country like Nigeria as work experience. I
Now,
mean,
what do you mean work experience? When
Do
you
you
say
have a
work
better
experience,
candidate than Ngozi Konjo-Iweala?
when you talk of work experience, what do you mean work experience, one man?
but you are just saying now they don't have an experienced person. You
What
just
do
said
you
that.
mean? One man, it's just okay. If you look, who are the experienced people
Oh,
ruling the
goodness.
country? They're all ex-military men, innit? Hmm? They're all ex-military men. They're the ones still rotating the position in between themselves. This is what is happening in that country. Come on, everybody is well advanced and
All
everybody
right.
is civilized. So let's just
No, okay, all right.
let,
Let's leave that space, but I don't think you can use Nigeria for work experience. But Mia Malabuni, the chairperson of the APC, is doing advanced fee fraud. This is 419, isn't it? Advanced fee fraud. That is 419. He's projecting his income and writing it to the Code of Conduct Bureau that he already owns it in anticipation of what is going to loot from Yobe State and the APC space. It's just this corruption, the master class on corruption, the first and last book written by Nigerians.
you see, that's what we call 99 days for thief, 1 day for the owner. This is what is happening. That's how to tell you Nigerian leaders, the elites, they are all corrupt. They have never seen people that they are very, very wicked and very evil, right from heart-hearted. You see, people like this, if you look at them, you'll be wondering, are they having two heads, or are they not going to die one day? Why are people so greedy to the stage that the country is there is hunger? What is happening in Nigeria at its now is hunger virus, because the hunger, people use the hunger to shower, to sleep, to romance the hunger, because the hunger is like part of the DNA in Nigerian situation now. So things like this, people don't have value to humans. You are ex governor. People elect you, but you choose to be stealing that money. How long will you be doing that? And it's the same ex-governor some time ago in this platform when they said that one of your news, what they said they need to build houses for them. You see, so you look at the level how the corruption is like the corruption is upgrading its own level. So it's very sad. It's really, really sad. People like this, they need to go to jail for the rest of their life, you know. Honestly, they need to,
Sadly, nothing will happen to him. They'll probably be
of
telling you
course.
that he's the next president.
Of course. So when you have another kakus that they're on board with them, backing them up, or they'll just be there controlling the money and giving it to themselves. That's what is happening. It's so sad, and God will help us in that country. Honestly.
All right. Thank you, engineer.
And
For go on. Yeah.
yeah, and the issue, you see, when Baba Akure was talking about Nigeria, what he said it clearly. Nobody wants Nigeria to split today, honestly, because he said there is something in common that anywhere you go, even though Nigeria split today, you end up going to somewhere and talk about Nigeria. You understand that kind of thing. So nobody wants Nigeria to split. And if you look at it, I understand his emotional feelings to the stage that Baba Ajale Koko too, when he start talking, you can feel a little bit emotional things about that country, because they were once in that country, they were born and they know how things are good then up to the stage that now everything is gone. You just imagine, I went to a shop. I saw Nigerian drink like Asara, which they clearly said it's 100 naira only. Huh? But I bought it £1.50. But the love I have for that country, that what makes me to go after the Lakasara and drink it. At least I'm drinking it. I'm thinking of Nigeria. So things like this, we should have mercy on that country, and let's pray that things will work for good, so that everybody, like people like Passad, we need them to come back to that country and invest. Huh? He shouldn't be doubting Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria is this and this and that. You know, with Passad, if we have people like this, Nigeria will be okay, innit?
Well, I don't know about that. It looks like a troublemaker to me.
Let me answer that. The point is that the Nigeria we've had in the last 15 years, especially under Mr. Buhari, a lot of our people are getting killed. Now, somebody like myself, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Even Nigeria is too small, because you have, we look at race, you have issue between whites and blacks. Then you have tribes, you have clannishness. A lot of clannishness, like in the beginning when I came on this platform, that was what we're talking about, clannishness. Southerners and Easterners, South, little potato stuff. But apparently there's an agenda to conquer Nigeria for a certain religion or a certain ethnic group. I don't even know. I mean, how is that even possible? It's something that's not possible. But those who are perpetrating this stuff, they're killing a lot of people. There is no brotherhood in wanting to go back to Nigeria where we partied and there was no issue of security. Yeah, fine. But we can't sit back and have these people do what they're doing. It's almost, it's disheartening, to say the least. Now, we talk about why I want to remind you that Dangote, who is building a refinery in the tune of $7 billion so far, I gave the statistic that in about 10 years, 70% of cars on the streets are going to be electric. Okay, so obviously it's a scam. These people know that already. There's no way that you could stop that train. A lot of automobiles are going to be electric. It's the refinery stuff is a scam, and they know it. These people know it going in. So when you're talking about $8 billion, Nigeria's entire budget for this year is $30 billion. Who's going to pay that money? Now, you go back to all his businesses, it's going to be the same thing. There's no monuments, there's no value added, there are no jobs for college-educated Nigerian.
All right, we'll come to that in a moment, but let me go to, and thank you, engineer, as well. Let me go to
No problem.
Charles Lead first, who has been wanting to come in all the way through. So, Charles, we have you now. You wanted especially to speak to that Biafran space, and I suspect that headline that Nnamdi Kanu is the Governor General of the Southeast. So, hail their leader, Nnamdi Kanu, your emperor. Do you consider that, Charles
Yes.
Lead?
I think Buhari is making Nnamdi Kanu the next Mandela of Africa. He is.
No. Don't go that for Mandela of where?
Because
Mandela of where?
Buhari is making Nnamdi Kanu very popular.
Yeah, but not the Mandela of Africa. He's an Igbo man. He's just, that is all he is. There's nothing more than that.
Buhari is making.
He's from Umahia.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's don't overreach. From Umahia.
Yeah. So Buhari is making him more popular because Buhari should have kidnapped him. Buhari shouldn't have done that. That's the worst.
He wasn't kidnapped. He was arrested.
No, he was kidnapped. He shouldn't have done that.
Who told you that? Were you there? He was arrested. He was a fugitive on the run, arrested, and brought back to face justice.
Why would someone saying the truth?
Huh?
Why would someone saying the truth up in the country?
Why is what?
Why should West somebody know he's saying the truth? They just know he's saying it. Nigerian government is scared.
Well, that is a matter for the courts. If he's saying the truth, then it's in court now. So then he has competent lawyers. Who told you that? How do you know that?
I know
they won't produce him in court. They didn't produce him in court.
Yeah, they did not. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you were saying, Charles.
I'm saying every Nigeria is corrupt. So how you can trust Nigeria? You can't trust the country if it's corrupt.
How do you know this?
You know Nigeria is one of the largest corrupt countries in the whole world. You know that? Nigeria?
How do you know this?
I know Nigeria is corrupt.
Do you know this anecdotally or through direct experience? Have you experienced that? Are you speaking?
When I went to Nigeria, I felt so sad going to Nigeria when I see the world and bad infrastructure.
Well, it's a third world country.
Yeah,
what were you expecting? Were you expecting lush greens like you have in America?
Yes.
You were expecting lush. Like America is the richest country in the world, and you go from there to Nigeria, one of the poorest in the world. What were your expectations?
But Nigeria shouldn't be poor. Nigeria have all the resources, all the stuff. Nigeria shouldn't be a poor country.
Yeah, it's a developing country. It's only 60 years going.
God bless Nigeria all the resources. Nigeria is not just all its resources that God gave Nigeria. Then use all the resources they have in the country.
All right. Okay.
And actually, the shutdown will happen. The shutdown must happen. That's the only way to show the Nigerian government enough to enough. If we can't help the people, then we have to shut down the whole economy to show Nigeria enough to enough. That's the only way.
No, but it's not showing anything though. That's the thing, Charles. Because somebody came on here yesterday who was in Lekki in Lagos State, and he said that thing. Nobody in Lagos was even aware that anything was going on in the East. It certainly wasn't making the news. So it's just some satellite thing happening in the interlands. That is all that happened. Just a minor little spark in the dot, as Buhari will call it. It's just so the Igbo space, Charles, I must tell you, is just a small little piece of land within the overall space that is Nigeria, and the Igbo population, they're just a subset of a greater set of people within the Nigerian space. So they don't move the space quite as profoundly as you might imagine they do, even though you might hear all this chanting.
Yeah, but Igbos are everywhere. Igbos are everywhere around the world.
They're what?
They're everywhere. So Igbos are
as is everyone else. As is everyone else.
That's why Nigeria are scared. They know that they're scared. They're scared to mess with the Igbos. Scared because they know the Igbos are everywhere.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's what they're scared. Yeah.
You know, one man. You come from a different tradition from Charles. Okay.
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you're in Britain and he's in the United States.
So what? He's a Nigerian as am I.
Marching, let's say on the Selma Bridge or in the Washington Monument, was able to bring freedom to blacks in the United States.
Right.
But somebody like us, when we're in Nigeria or when you're in Britain, you don't consider protests such as marching or sitting on the bus or doing that kind of stuff as anything. You're looking at Igbo But the Igbos have two enemies: the immediate local governors, and then the Fulani. Okay, so when they're doing what they're doing in the Igbo land, they are against those governors. Okay, everything just can't keep going the way it's
No,
going. They
but
have to
whatever
do something
what they
about
are
it.
doing is localized to their space. This is what people are saying to you. It
Right,
doesn't impact beyond your space, and this is what we know. So
right, but those
all your sit
governors.
at home, it doesn't affect anywhere outside of Igbo land.
No,
Yeah,
but
it
it
Nobody is
does.
affects the
aware of it
governors.
outside of Igbo land,
It
It
and
affects
does.
the
nobody
governors of
fundamentally
those.
cares about it outside of Igbo land. So
No.
it's just
Yeah, it
a
You
does
have to
affect
family
the whole.
matter.
understand that the governors of those Igbo states are considered to be working with those foreigners who are dealing with the Igbos. In essence, they are not for some of those politicians locally. It's in the government. Okay, so when their action is directed to at least gain some awareness for the people themselves in those states locally in the southeast,
Right.
but and that has to be done. A lot of without those collaborators locally, some of these people cannot be able to do the things they're doing, even in the Yoruba land. Without some collaboration from those governors and politicians and business people, you can have people come and occupying a forest in the indigenous land or in the plateaus. So that's the argument, that whether it's true or not. But the argument that Nnamdi Kanu is making is that if you remove the police stations, for example, okay, then you wouldn't have that many killings. The police and the army
What
are
are you
working
talking
together with
about?
the Fulani.
What are you talking about? Repeat what you just said and think about it. If you remove the police station, you wouldn't have crimes.
That's the argument that
All
Nnamdi
police
Kanu is
Nigeria
making.
co-op. They are co-op police. All
What are
police
you
Nigeria
talking
co-op.
about?
The
If
police,
you if
the
you
police that
have,
kill
let
innocent
me give you an
people. They are
example.
co-op.
Here's an
All the
example.
police in Nigeria are co-op.
You can't be looking
Do you
at
know
those
what
police.
happened? Do you know what happened when they savaged the security spaces in the east? The cults took over and they were savaging on the streets. This was
You
just
know what they
a
did
few
that?
weeks
Because the
ago.
police started first. They started first. That's what they started first.
They started what first?
The police have to see Nigeria. Nigeria always start problems first. They always start the problem first. That's what they do in Nigeria. They started first.
What was that?
There's the reason why. The reason why the Biafrans are dead. The reason why the Igbo are dead for Biafra. There's the reason the Igbo are trying to Biafra. But the Igbo feel like, why
Can
should
you
we
mute
stay in
Rational
Nigeria?
Mind, please?
Yes.
The Igbo say, why should we stay in Nigeria when there's no, Nigeria don't care about, Nigeria don't like the Igbo, don't care about them. Why should we
Who
stay
told
in
you
Nigeria?
that?
Don't
Where are
stay.
you getting that from? Who told you Nigerians don't like the Igbos? Every other Yoruba man is married to an Igbo man. Every other Northerner is married to an Igbo
I
person.
disagree with you, Charles.
What are you talking about? Where are you
I
getting that from?
completely disagree with you. Nigerian, if you look at the way
Nigerians
Nigeria is,
love
there's
the Igbos.
nowhere there's no
Nigerians
Igbo.
adore the Igbos. What are you
I know they
talking
love
about?
the Igbos. I know they love Igbo. I'm saying the Igbos don't feel like they feel like they don't be in Nigeria. They feel like Nigeria not treating them right. That's
Yeah,
what
they
feel
feel
like.
marginalized. Yes,
They
that is
feel
where the conversation
it's
is.
just
Yeah,
Igbos. They
and
are
they
not
are
happy the way
marginalized in
things
some
are going
ways.
on in that country. That's just the fact, and the way they are being treated. And apart from that, if you look, how long will they be? If I gave a example here, I said if you look, Nigerian currency, we have Wazobia. So what is happening with the beer? You understand? If you can put that name, that Wazobia and that currency, so I think they deserve an opportunity to be in that power. So that's the truth.
Yes, and I was suggesting that the Igbos they don't quite. I'm not quite sure if it's in their skill set to take up that foremost position.
Which I believe what Rochas was out there to build Islamic university in Daura for Buhari's family members, but people are against him. You see, those are the things that we need to look. People are against him, but they don't know that guy is very, very clever and smart. You understand? It's just what he's trying to do is trying to build something that will make these people attention to divert to one side, and that country will be fixed. But people are always accusing him. People are coming out to say, "Oh, he's a betrayer," or this and this and that. If people
Can
know,
I
If you
suggest
want to fix the
something?
country, take out the north. That's the only way.
Look,
If you take out the
Sorry,
north in
sometimes
Nigeria, that's the way to fix the
hold on.
country.
Repeat that, Charles.
The way to
Repeat what
fix the country is by taking out the North Nigeria, take them out. Just make South
take
Nigeria.
them out in what way? Take them out for a date?
No,
Buy
take
them
North
dinner?
Nigeria out. Make just South Nigeria. North Nigeria, they're like they're very different.
I mean, I don't
You're
know what
talking
is.
to a youngster, right?
Yeah, no,
So,
that's what.
you're
Yes,
talking
no,
to a
he's in
youngster.
he's in a grown-up conversation, and I'm not going to patronize him.
I
So
know. So
I'll
what I
talk to him as though
want you
I'm
to do,
talking
I
to.
challenge you to do
Yeah.
something. I want you to read an article out loud. It's not a very long article. It's written by Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. And that article, I think it's entitled "The Yorubas Are the Trouble with Nigeria."
No, I think I've seen that before. He's a mischief maker, isn't he?
No, hold on. It's not. He's a very intelligent guy, and what he did,
that doesn't
he's
preclude
an
him being a
intellectual.
mischief.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
so what?
please.
He's a mischief maker
Let him,
still.
let him
So,
explain.
in that article, he lays down all these things that you keep squabbling and interrupting people. Even though you're the host, this youngster has a
Right.
point. So in that article, he makes
No, look, I'm going to remove you again because I knew you would come here to constitute yourself.
No, let him finish.
No, he's accusing me of interrupting. You interrupted engineer in his flow. You've taken over this guy's slot. I'm moderating the thing, and you're telling me I'm interrupting, which is exactly what you are doing. Okay, can you now mute yourself and let Charles have his turn, please?
Okay, hold on, but
No, I'm not holding on. You hold on. You hold on, mute yourself, and let Charles have his turn. And please stay in that muted space until I come to you. I knew you would do this.
I'm not gonna do that.
Well, then you can leave.
I will.
This guy's a nuisance. Charles, back to you.
Yeah. So I'm saying that
Tell me what to do.
North Nigeria is a problem of Nigeria. If we didn't have them, Nigeria would be a better country out there.
Charles, can you speak more clearly because you sound too muffled sometimes?
Yeah, I'm saying that North Nigeria is a problem. They're the problem. Nigeria, not Nigeria. They're causing other problems. That's what I think the South should stand up, say no to them. But the South Nigeria are scared. I don't know why they're scared to fight them.
Yeah, it's because they are outgunned. That is why. So you have to be a bit more circumspect in the way you approach these things when you know you are going up against heavy weaponry. This is the situation Nigeria finds itself. It's almost as though the entirety of the South, and it is in fact the case that the entirety of the South is surrounded with arms. This is why you hear when they say that all of the security chiefs are from the North. That is essentially surrounding the South and holding the South at gunpoint. So the South are held at gunpoint. So how they extricate themselves while not having to suffer the full weight of that weaponry is really the situation. So that is the situation, Charles.
Yeah, but the South should ask other countries for help. Yeah, ask international people for help if they can't do it themselves.
Yeah, but the international country would not come in so readily because Nigeria is a sovereign country and they would describe it as an internal matter.
Yeah. But I think they should ask for help because otherwise the South will take over in 10 years. I've seen it. The South will be taken over by the North. Because the North see the South people are weak. They're not strong.
One man, please. Let me make a point of direction to.
Yeah. Come in. Yeah, Phil. Yeah.
Charles, I understand what you're trying to say. I think what one man is trying to make you understand is that the entire South is at the mercy of the North, the way it is right now. So it's the way it's playing is for us to play the foolish role. I mean, the entire South play the foolish role and get in there to change everything, change the dynamic. I don't know if you understand me, Charles. So that's what one man is making you to understand.
Yes, I understand what you say.
Yeah. Because when you cry out to the international organization, they'll still get back to the presidency. You understand? And it is because of Nigerian sovereign state. Because nobody comes outside to come dictate for you. Yeah, the best they could do is to either sanction, to pressure you to make some policies or change your policies and and the way you run the way you run the country. That's the best they could do for you. But apart from that, they can't intervene. They can't change anything for you. They can only press for you to make changes.
The best
You
way
know. You say?
is by the best way to make change to your local government. Ask your government for change. Keep talking to them. Demand change.
All right.
Saying
Okay,
that.
Charles. Thank you, Charles. Let me just move the conversation on, and thank you, Charles. I'm beginning to enjoy your voice now, so please come on just as often as you can, because you just add a new and completely fresh perspective to things. So thank you, Charles. But stay with us just for as long as you can. Phil, with your permission, let me go to Rational Mind, who has been here longer than you have. Rational Mind, to you, you know what the talking points are. This suggest
Yeah.
yeah, this suggestion now that Nnamdi Kanu is the de facto governor general of the southeastern state of the southeastern space. Do you give any credence to that assertion?
Well, in some ways, I would say yes. In some ways, and I would say no. Well, like you use the word de facto,
Hmm.
not really recognized by the state, but it's just clandestinely, he has made himself a force to reckon with in that space in the southeast among the Igbos. Um, well, the thing is, what I see about this whole thing about Nnamdi Kanu is that uh, the Nigerian polity created Nnamdi Kanu, and if the whole thing in that country had not panned out the way it has for the past few years, and especially for the last 10 years or so, more than 10 years, I would say, perhaps he wouldn't have even been this popular as he is today. But however, going by what happened yesterday, the what's it called, the stay at home. I think it's. I mean, I keep saying it. It's like in itself is a referendum. I mean, telling the Nigerian government that look, these people, they are resolute in what they decide to want to do. I'm sure if a referendum was conducted yesterday again, as it was some months ago, I think they would have voted to secede from Nigeria. And the so-called political gladiators there, those so-called who are in the Nigerian political space, they seem to be helpless, despite the threats that they were giving that if you don't come to work, you will not be paid, and blah blah blah. But still, people still they stayed at home. I mean, like some people say, that about 90% compliance.
Hmm.
But then, well, I would say yes. Is a
So he carries more weight over that
Yeah, it
space,
does.
more
It
than
does.
more
It
than
does.
anybody
Yeah,
else.
yeah, it does. Yeah, that's I accept that. Yeah, it's true.
Mhm.
It does. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And to this Dangote space now, he throwing a journalist in prison and shutting down his newspaper for reasons of that guy highlighting his corruption. So we all see him as a benign, jolly fellow, but really he has teeth and he can use it to bite when he wants to. So the Fulani move, and they move in the way that we know them for.
You see, sometimes we look at that country. I know it's like we've been saying that country is set up for business. It's a business. Nigeria is a business. It's not a nation. It's not a nation in it. I mean, in its sense that it should be. People are just using people. I mean, it's like I mean, maybe we should not even call it like zoo. Maybe we should call it like an animal farm. Where
The Zoological Republic, as our Eastern friends
well,
like to say. Yeah.
well, like
That's
somebody
where
said,
you were born, rational mind.
This is
like
it,
we
the
said, well,
Zoological Republic. So, which enclave were you
it's
born in?
like a
The
jungle. I will call
chimpanzee?
it. It's a jungle. It's not even a zoo. I mean, zoo is even more. Is even more. How do we call it? It's even more
Organized.
organized.
Yeah.
So should not call it zoo.
That's where you were being
We should call it
born.
jungle. It's a jungle. It's a banana republic. And so where anybody does anything, and then there is no order. There's no there's no civil. I mean, the society there is not organized. And so, what do you expect? And so, just to talk about what you're asking, I mean, you spoke about. You see, for me, what was that question again, please? Can you remember me that
No,
question?
I was just saying, Dangote, who we
Oh,
always see
Dangote, yeah,
as a benign, jolly fellow, you see him
yeah,
at Owembe parties with all his bodies. He's usually with Otedola, isn't he? Doing
yeah. Well,
billionaire guys and chancing babes. But then, of course, it has a dark side now, shutting down
Yeah,
the
it does.
newspaper for pointing out its corruption and telling
Yeah.
them to lock up the journalist. If you
Yeah.
felt that it was defamed in any way, there's the copious
Well, you go to court.
Yes.
You go to court. So that's to say that Nigeria is becoming a banana republic, because if just a citizen, just like a private citizen, could use the state security apparatus to threaten a press, and I mean, I think was it Ruben Abati was some time ago was analyzing was it when we're talking about this Adamawa man that was sentenced to was it 2 years or 5 years imprisonment? How many months imprisonment? That guy from Adamawa that was calling the president
a failure,
whatever. So and then somebody, I mean, Ruben Abati, being a lawyer himself, I think he analyzes. There's a way he analyzes. Says something like, you know, you don't use, in fact, the DSS coming into this matter is not, it's not, I mean, we all know what that country is. That country is becoming a lawless country. Nobody does anything right anymore. You know, like in a sane society, that is a precedent. And as a president, you're a public servant, you're open to ridicule, you are open to, I mean, criticism, and you should have thick skin to, I mean, to absorb whatever anybody say to you. And so, not to the extent that whereby you'll be using a state apparatus to intimidate or to even, I mean, lock in. Use as a precedent, according to what lawyer said, that what you should do is go to court, like what's his name, Shibayo did.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to go to that. When somebody defamed Oshibanjo, he went to court. He's the vice president, or he could say, go and lock him up, go and kill him. But he went to court to go and defend his name.
Yeah. You see. One thing about the Northerners is this: they know nothing more than, like their president says, you know, the language they speak is, I mean, violence and threat and all of that. That's why I said, you see, is it that country just disintegrate? Let us go our separate ways. Because as long as we're in that country with those people, with that kind of attitude, and they're not ready to change, to be more democratic, all they think is violence. They want to use force. They don't believe in.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go on, engineer.
Rational mind. Point of correction, right? Each time when you're mentioning Northerners,
okay,
please,
I should say Fulanis.
always refer Fulanis. I will send a link. Tomorrow,
right.
Hopefully, if you see what the Northerners are crying for,
I get you.
You feel sorry for them.
Yeah, drop it to me on our Insta.
I'll do it. And also, since you said it's a banana island, can I take permission from you to eat my banana?
Wait, let me see. What's the
engineer?
He has not stopped it for the last 1 week. The last 1 week, he has not stopped eating.
Besides,
he will eat banana now. We say, oh, he's eating healthy, and he will go and get a lamo and not eating to
he has been eating and drinking. I've been watching him since morning. He's been eating, drinking.
He's not going to kill himself.
Nigeria, you see, maybe it's that guy music that I play that is drinking. Okay, you can eat your banana.
Sorry for stopping you.
No. I mean, you put a little bit of laughter to this. I mean.
Yeah, no, we always have to laugh, otherwise we just you know.
I think you and engineer are the two comedians we have in this on this platform.
There you go.
Soften the whole thing. Yeah. So you know, I mean, talking about Dangote, you know, it's been said for many years now that the guy is one of those people that are manipulating. Because I listened to this guy today. What's his name? This guy that has this show program like yourself, Mayegun, yeah, and he gave a kind of like an expose on that. He spoke at length about how this guy has been, I mean, milking that country through the central bank.
Is a 419. What it does is he round. You know what round tripping is for money?
I mean, he gets dollar from the central bank, and then it goes to Bureau de Change and sell it at a higher rate. Is that what you're saying?
and then it goes back with the profits to buy some more. So that's So that's why he's not been able to. They could have finished that refinery 3, 4, 5 years ago, But what this guy gets, because of the national importance of that refinery project, he gets
Mm,
concessionary access to dollars, to hard
mm,
currency at the
mm.
central bank. This is the support that the government is giving him for the importance of his thing. So he'll
Mm.
then get those dollars, round trip it, because it's just bastard money. We are talking about billions of dollars. So if you're just even taking what 10 cents on the dollar, if you're talking billions, then you know what we're talking about. So he's just
Yeah. Mm.
round tripping that concession, and they said he has moved the completion date of that project about 8 times now, all of the back of that round tripping of dollars from the central bank. The guy is
So you
a
can
hardened
imagine.
criminal.
So you see, those people. I mean, they kind of dictate to the politicians the kind of policy they should be making that will be favoring them. You know, and like you said, and somebody said here that they sponsor some of these politicians. Was it not we had some time ago that they said he contributed through this lady, is it from the Nigerian Port Authority, Adiza, is it Adiza Bala, something like
Yes.
that, that he had to, I mean, he contributed some money to some political, maybe is it maybe Buhari political campaign and all of that, I mean, running millions of naira. So you can imagine that I know very well that those big shots like Adenuga and the rest of them, they give money to politicians during their campaign. But then the thing is that you should know that, you know, like here in America, when people do that, it's we call them lobbyists. You know,
Mm.
they're lobbying just to see if they can, when they get there, their man gets there in there, they can make policies that will favor them. You know, so maybe that's what it does. I mean, no doubt.
I
But then
mean,
you see, but
even in this country, the former Prime Minister David Cameron, he's under the cosh for the same thing, that is using his influence to favor private business and pocketing millions of dollars
yeah,
and millions. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So what you're saying here, sense is this. You know, I mean, if truly these people, you feel that they defame you, I mean, they kind of they write some, I mean, truths, I mean, some lies about you. The proper thing you need to do is go to court, sue them to court. You know, when we start using these kind of things, it tells you that that country is no longer a sane, I mean, a sane society. It's a society whereby people now is everything by force. They use the threat of force or even use the force itself on you just because we don't even agree on things or just because we feel that you're doing something, they're calling you out for that. You know, that should not be. And for me, I'm not saying it's, I mean, I won't say truly, because although like it's alleged over the years, this guy has been doing so many shady things, get money from the central bank. I mean, even like somebody trying to explain, they said the money for that refinery, it doesn't even have it. He did not even have the money. You know, he would go to central bank will give him money. They will kind of like loan him money in advance. And at the end of the day, he could not pay now. We're hearing that is it Amcon wants to come and take possession of the refinery.
Yeah, no, that's the story we're doing. That's the story that newspaper broke, that he was then threatening them to withdraw, and they stuck to their guns, and then he then had the editor-in-chief arrested and the outfit shut down. So they said he's 7 billion down already. He's paying about 700 million just to service debts, and at the rate that is going, by the time 2025 comes, he'll be subsumed in excess of 8-9 billion dollars, which then they are weighing against the actual value of that space and the falling need of petroleum. Even as a lot of people have been coming here to say that people are moving to more
Renewable
eco-friendly.
energy. Yeah.
Yes. So they look. So that whole story. So that was why he went to pressure that space and then had the So yes, that was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
story that
So,
led
but
to
then the
the.
thing is you see, this Fulani people and the way they think and the way they, I mean, I just understand. I mean, look at it. If you look at it very well, I mean, you we had the president considered made a concession. I mean, concession with a Nigerian petroleum company whereby they will be refining petroleum product in Niger. And then we have almost 3-4 refineries that are doing nothing in that country. They can't fix it. And in the end of the day, they wanted to invest. I mean, they already invested into this guy's what's his name, Dangote's refinery. I mean, what? And these people are saying they don't have the money. Okay, where did you get it? $2 billion or whatever $1 billion you invested into that refinery? You get what I'm trying to say? So and you were saying you are still borrowing money from international lenders like IMF and even China. Why would you be doing that when you have 2 billion? I mean, you're investing, and I mean, you see the way they run that country.
Just pause for a moment, rational mind, and reflect on what you're saying. They are building refineries in Niger Republic to refine Nigerian oil, so that in itself is alarming enough. But imagine the pipeline work that
Of
has
course.
to go into getting that oil from the Niger Delta to Niger Republic. So that is another spend. What business rationale underpins that? How is that?
I don't get it. I
How is
don't
that?
just
How is that?
understand. It don't
What's the
makes no
viability?
sense. It makes no sense. That's to tell you that these people, I mean, this Fulani, core northerners, they have nothing they don't have nothing to give that country. All they do want is just to make that country dry and get their own money and get whatever. I don't just understand. They have no economic policy that would serve the need of everybody. All they just think is about themselves, especially those the elites among them from there. Just imagine kind of economic policy they make. I mean, in a whole country, I mean, an oil producing country as Nigeria have no functioning refinery. Is that not insane? That's insanity. So the point is, why these people? I mean, what are the Southerners doing? The Southern politicians, they just sit down there and watch these people from the north just making that country dry. All the resources from the south is being
What
used.
usually happens is they get paid off, don't they? The southern
Of course, we know
politicians
how
either
it
paid
goes.
off or killed off. That's
That
just
is
the
why
two.
why people need to stand up and, I mean, take these people out of the politics. You just take them out. We don't want them any there anymore. Or perhaps that country just disintegrates. We disintegrate that country. Everybody go their separate ways. I think that's the only solution, because as long as these people from the north keeps getting there as the president, keep controlling the means to violence, which of course, when they do that, that is what they try to silence everybody that dissent with them. So the point is either that country, either they restructure it and they do it in a real federal restructured country, or everybody just go their separate ways. That's why I say, because as long as Dangote is still allowed to make policy or sponsor whatever, political election, whatever, it will continue milking that country dry. That's just how I see it.
All right, thank you. And to the Myanmar Buni space, this anticipatory declaration, this is a new term now to be announced. The Nigerian statute book will call that 419, because 419 is advanced fee fraud. So this anticipatory declaration is no different from that. That is 419 in all names, in all ways than by name. So, what are you making of that? This guy is going to the Code of Conduct Bureau to declare his assets that he doesn't already own, in anticipation of what he's going to own as the governor of Yobe State and now chairman of the APC. Myanmar Buni 419.
Yeah, I read the article on him that was the Sahara reporters made.
Yeah.
In fact, when they even wrote the article, I had to read. I had to read it almost like 3 times for me to understand. Even up to now, I don't think I really understand. But what I just think is that they were saying that there were some assets that he did not declare. I think he put some of them. He said he had some billions of naira in his bank account.
Yes.
And he had some farms somewhere in Kebbi State or Yobe State, and they just said it. And I was like, okay, so what's the point now? They said they maybe didn't declare certain things, or maybe declare certain things in advance, and he didn't have them, or I don't understand. So you see, this is what we're saying, because he knows he has immunity, the governor immunity, that they can't prosecute him while he's still in the office. And we know, even though there's nothing Malami can do about it right now. As long as it's
Malami is his sponsor as the APC chairman, because he's there to do Malami's politics for 2023. So Malami is not going to allow anything to happen to him.
So, but then you see, that's to tell you that these people, I keep saying it. I'm not saying the Southerners too are not corrupt. They are corrupt too. We know. But one thing about these Northerners is that I don't think they are even corrupt. They're even developing their own side of that country, and thereby even limiting, decreasing the poverty over there, and they put their kids to school. mean, that would even help. But they are milking that country, right? And they're not doing anything in their own side of the country. And that is where we have this violence with these Islamists and everything over there. So you can see. So the point is, I mean, this Yobe state governor, I mean, you are a governor. You don't even most of your time you don't even spend it being a governor, governing your state, and then you have to be a party.
I think he has abandoned that post completely to his deputy.
No, of course, it's his deputy that runs. Like he said he stays in Abuja. They only give him, send him documents to sign off. So you can imagine. I mean, just imagine this kind of man called Buhari. I mean, they don't even respect rule of law. They don't respect rule of law. Are these kind of the people that want them to come and manage the country? I mean, say again, I mean, vote them in again. When right now they can't even respect the rule of law.
I wonder what we're doing in that country sometimes.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
A governor who's supposed to be governing a state, taking care of his people, doing his job that he was voted to do, you are giving him another work that somebody else should have been doing as the chairman of a party. And then you're getting him distracted. He's not able to govern. So what is the legality there? But then they will say, yeah, he can do it because whatever, because Nigerian constitution, and then he's a serving governor, he has immunity, you can't join him in a case if you have to. I mean, just look at what kind of a constitution do they have? That's why I'm saying that we keep saying that constitution it is flawed in every way. That is why they need to redo that constitution.
Okay, so to that
space, spell out things out to everybody.
Right. To that space that you're in, just this final one, then I'll go on to Phil Collins, and then I'll start to round it off. What's it called? Professor Akintoye is leading the charge now to the United Nations to go and march on their next assembly meeting to assert that space of what is going on in Nigeria. It says a Yoruba Nation, Akintoye orders to lead Ninas in 1 million march on United Nations General Assembly. So they are going then to the United Nations to foster space. So they're going under the umbrella of NINAS, which is a conglomeration of all of the self-determination groups in Nigeria, from the southern spaces to the middle belt, etc. So they are organizing a march as well as delivering documentations to nullify. You remember there's a force majeure in situation to declare that the 1999 Constitution voided. So they are going to present paperwork for that at the United Nations Assembly, as well as march on the space just to highlight the Nigerian situation. So what are you making of that? Professor Akintoye leads
I just
the
hope
charge.
I just hope they have success with that, because I think for me, I've looked at Nigeria. I just look at it. It's a hopeless marriage. I mean, somebody says it's not a marriage. Well, in a sense, it's a marriage to me, because you unify the North and the South, and maybe other. I mean, that basically that's how I see it. I mean, it's not a marriage that is going to work. It's never going to work. Even if they restructure that country, I still find it as there's going to be a problem, because when you live in a country with people that have a set of thinking, it's going to always be like this. I'm not saying that even having a separate country as or the Dua Republic or Biafra Republic is a panacea to a problem in that country. But then at least we know you're dealing with a particular ethnicity that is majorly in that geographical space. So you see, I just hope this whole thing with Ninas and Akintoye would materialize. But you see, the problem with Nigeria, the kind of situation that Nigeria has, is that we have compromised. I mean, are they being all our elites in South? When I mean South, I mean Igbo, the Southeast, South, and Southwest. Are they also joined? I mean, we know that just few elites and the people, especially in the diaspora, are the people who are really spearheading this whole thing with the separation of that country. But then, I mean, those people are already in the politics there. Like those people are in the senators. If they can also take part, join with this whole thing of either we restructure that country in a true restructured country, or we dissolve that country. If they can join, I'm sure, I tell you, Nigeria will break. But with this process that they are going through with the United Nations, you see, the only country I've seen so far that's whereby
letter writing, Abi.
Letter write, yeah, I see that whereby the solution. I mean, the dissolution of their country was not easy. It was South Sudan. I mean, they fought. There was war. they had to fight that war, you know. And so, and then we know how some of us know how the story goes. But the point is, you see, I see that it's either violence will be used in this, but I just hope this way they are going about it would really bring about that the solution of that country without violence. But with the kind of people we have in the South who are compromised, the so-called elites, compromised and not wanting to join that bandwagon, I think, like you usually say, it's going to be a long letter writing back and forth.
Yeah, it's just letter
but
writing.
I just hope, but I hope this whole United Nations thing would work. But if it's going to work, I mean, we need people on ground there who are already in the polity there to also support it. But if not, I doubt if it's ever going to work.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. For reasons of time, let me go to Phil Collins and then we start to round off. So, Phil Collins, thank you very much for staying with us. So to you now, you know what the talking points are. Is Nnamdi Kanu essentially the de facto Governor General of the southeastern region? What is his name? Dangote showing his muscles, and Professor Akitoye, emeritus professor, marching on the United Nations Assembly. So to those, good to see you, Phil Collins.
Okay, one man. Let me start with Nnamdi Kanu's if he's the de facto president or governor. Well, Nnamdi Kanu started 2012, and within this time, it was Jonathan that was in power. Jonathan never gave a listening ear to what I don't know if you're hearing me. You're hearing me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. So yeah. Jonathan gave a listening ear to Nnamdi Kanu. Engineer, you're making me salivate, please. So he never gave a listening ear to Kanu, and you can see when from between the 2012 up to 2015, Kanu wasn't heard, most especially in the entire nation, entire Nigeria. But when Buhari came in, he felt like it's all about using force, and that's how Nnamdi Kanu exploded. People started talking about him. His profile started going wild. They went to his house to arrest. Even tried killing him. He ran away. All those things made Nnamdi Kanu's name to come out. So when you talk about him being the governor, de facto president, or whatever you may call him, you're not being wrong. The reason is that he didn't make itself that way. The state made him to be what he is right now, and they are also trying to make him even more than what he has even been. So that's the area which we
are you concerned at the level of power that he wields within that space, given the sort of character that this personality is?
Yes, he didn't give himself the power.
Yeah, but are you concerned that we know that we have established that he wields a lot of power in the East and he can move it in any way that he wants to move it. He's the most powerful Easterner at the moment. So does that concern you that somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, the sort of character you know him to be, he wields this much power? Do you think he has what it takes to wield that power and use it responsibly? Are you concerned, knowing his personality, that he has this much power?
Well, that I can't tell, but so far so good.
No, speculate. You know the space. Speculate. Nnamdi Kanu, his character and the power that he wields.
Yeah, that's what I want to speculate on. Now, if you look so far, the way he has handled it, I think he has been from what he used to be. He has matured into it. He has grown into the process, and that's what I feel that yes, it can turn out to be wonderful or go by his plans. So I see yes, he can handle that. He has shown that he can, and I think definitely he can maintain the tempo. So if I want to now talk about what's it called? The Dangote? What's the second question, one man?
No, the Dangote. Yes, he A paper wrote an expose on how he's hemorrhaging money and his corruption practices, the round tripping of dollars via the central bank and all of that. And then first he threatened, not by he, I'm talking about his company, they threatened first the paper to take down that article. The paper stuck to his guns. Then they had the editor in chief and the editor of the satellite paper, the that did it. They had them arrested and essentially shut down the publication. So now Dangote just starts showing his muscles a little bit and just showing that Fulani blood that runs within his veins.
One man, I told you that was the time I came on your program, and I told you that there's nothing any Nigerian can do. We can progress. The reason is that the Fulanis are not progressive minded, and it's like a country. It's just like a blind man leading someone that sees. That's the way we are in Nigeria. So we don't need a prayer. Prayer doesn't resolve that. It's hard work. So, and I remember telling you on your program also that we can't have no Fulani can give Nigeria a better nation. No Fulani can give Nigeria or make Nigeria a better nation. And when you look at the antecedents of the Fulanis, if you check their histories, apart from coming from the Sahel, you check their way of life. They are all nomadic in nature. So they see Nigeria as a paradise. They see Nigeria as their heaven, and anything that is coming to take that away from them will not be easy. Not even the foreign powers. And that's why you're seeing Buhari putting people in strategic positions, or his kingsmen or his tribesmen into strategic positions, because he knows that time is coming when they will stand up to challenge whoever that is opposing to whatever their plans are. That's what you're seeing playing out right now in Nigeria. So I don't see any reason why an ordinary man, as far as I'm concerned, that's an ordinary man.
Yes, he's no different from you and I, billionaire or not. Well, he is
Yes,
different. He's a billionaire.
one man, you can be a billionaire tomorrow. I actually watched one Yoruba man in the UK. They're owning up to 3 international airports. I watched it. I've
Yes,
forgotten.
it's in Yoruba or Igbo. He owns, I think, Gatwick. Yeah.
No, it's Yoruba. I think there are 2 different guys them, but this one I'm Yoruba because I saw the documentary.
It's a Yoruba man.
Yeah, there's a Yoruba guy, yeah.
So I know the one you're talking about. That one is not. I don't think he wields the same financial strength this Yoruba man I saw. They say he has almost 4 or 5 international airports, and what he does was to buy and renovate to international standards. So when you look at it, you now ask yourself, who is Dangote? Dangote is just like you and I, for him to use state apparatus to challenge and how that do an institution, because the organization he's challenging have a body which is recognized in Nigerian space. So why not take them to court? This is the mentality. I'm telling you the fact that the way Nigeria is constituted, Nigeria can never. It's not an insult, but we can never progress. Never.
I agree with you, because, and for the reasons that you've just stated, the way Nigeria is compositioned is there's just no way, because there's no known formula for progress that replicates within how Nigeria is configured. You just should. We just citing the example of what our rational mind was saying earlier on, that they are building refineries in Niger Republic for oil found in the Niger Delta. So, of course, that tells you then that there's no progress intended in that space. They are building refineries in Kaduna for oil found. What is wrong with just building the refineries right here, there, where the oil is, just to ease the economy and just the ease of doing it, and then you do it and then you funnel it to the rest of the country? What is wrong with, so you go and refine Niger Delta oil in Kaduna, and then you bring it back for use in Niger Delta so that they can. It is, so you are right. There's no way that Nigeria
This
can ever succeed in the way it's configured. It's just
no,
upside
no way.
down, everything topsy turvy.
But when you look at these things now, we're highlighting. When you look at it, put them one after the other, you see the reasons why South. You know, I was telling my brother a few days back that with Southern governors meeting, with the Southern governors meeting, and declaring that they are using Lagos State as their head um, office or their yes, the head office, it shows that Nigeria has already splitted in the minds of a lot of people into north and south. Because the southerner, an average southerner is progressive. You know, when you look at, for example, when you look at the Yorubas, the Igbos, no matter their beefs, you know, they can come into conflict. And in an advanced country, those are the things that drives development.
You're
You know,
also right, no matter how much we and the Igbo squabble, it will never turn to blows. We will
yes,
never start to take arms against. I don't see a situation where where the Yorubas and the Igbos will ever take to arm, because we're too intelligent and we're too sophisticated.
one man,
We
you
will
can
just negotiate our way out of whatever problem we have with each other.
one,
You know,
can you
yeah.
when you put that ideology, into development, it drives development. When you know, there's nothing like you're seeing your next door neighbor and you say this person's child is going to Harvard school, my own child is in British International School, I want my child to perform better than this man's child, and you know, you now set a standard. That's the competition that goes in between these two tribes, you know, and you see an average southerner's mind as development driven, you know. But then in the north, it is not like that. It is not like that. So when you look the whole setting of Nigeria, man, Nigeria is we're just in a whole big ride. We're in a big mess, frankly speaking.
Look at engineer is causing trouble behind you, with his banana republic. Banana. Look, just eat your banana now.
So
Phil Collins, do you give engineer permission to eat his banana, because he's wanting to eat his banana and he's waiting for you to give him permission? Eh?
I told him I'm salivating. He's making me,
This is it. Eh?
but no problem. You can go on and eat your banana.
Yes,
Thank you.
carry on, Phil Collins. Is
So,
engineer up to his mischief again? Eh?
so one man,
Yes.
if you know, it's a pity we are in the same country with these people. You know, Dangote has no right. And let's assume he has performed, he has done what he did. Is it not the duty of the Nigerian state, the executive, to call him to order and say, you don't have right to do all this? All this is even a crime to order the state apparatus against your fellow citizen,
No, yeah,
or
it's acting outside of,
that acting against his limit of I don't
Mm.
know.
It's
So
an average. It's just a citizen, like you said. So what? It's just a ridiculous nonsense.
so it doesn't differentiate him from Coach Pop that is giving an order to the police chief to arrest someone. Because it's the same thing.
You know, I laugh, but yes, you are right. Yes.
It's the same thing. So when you look at it, you now when you put things together, we are criticizing Hush Puppy. Then why are we not criticizing this man? That's the point. You know, different strokes for different folks. It doesn't make any sense. So, like I said, we're in a big ride.
All right. Thank you, Phil Collins. Just a very quick word on Buni and this forward projection of 419. Advanced fee fraud, essentially, anticipatory declaration is what they are calling it now. 419 is what the Nigerian law terms it as. So this guy declaring assets that he doesn't already own in anticipation of what he's going to loot.
One man, I pity the entire Southern. The reason is this: not that in the South our politicians don't commit fraud, not that they are not self-centered, but when you look when you look at the entire picture of what's playing out, you will see a very big handwriting on the wall that the Northerners are ready to drain the country. They are seriously ready to drain the country. I was listening to Arise. That was yesterday. I was listening to Arise yesterday. Somebody was saying that they were saying it that River State won a case in the court for them to control their internal generated revenue. And if they take that case, if the federal government take the case to Supreme Court, it becomes a law. It means that a state like Lagos that has the highest internal IDR will make headway. They don't need to go to the court because it's already a law. So when you relate it to what this man is saying, you will now see reasons why people are siphoning money, records that cannot be kept. A body like NNPC couldn't remit almost 104 billion. Well, I don't know if it's $1 billion or billion.
Do you think they should break up that NNPC once and for all? Whatever happens, happens. Let them break it up, sell it off, and let us just get royalty, because we are not getting anything from NNPC. We are not even getting 10% of what somebody was saying. We don't know how much oil they are lifting. We don't know what is happening to the money. Everything is shrouded in secrecy, and the people are saying don't sell it off. Just sell it off, and then let us know that we don't have it there anymore, and they're just paying royalty.
One man, they can't sell it. The reason why they can't sell it, they know that they have control of the NNPC. And
yeah,
NNPC,
but is it not them that will buy it as well? They will sell it to themselves, will they not?
Yeah, but when you look at it, the NNPC regulates all the refineries in Nigeria, and all this refinery doesn't work, but we pay workers. We also pay service dues in billions of naira, and this refinery doesn't produce 1 liter of petrol. So you see why they can't sell it off, because they know they use that as a means to siphon money. The 25 billion naira that the former state minister accused Buhari administration that the NNPC didn't remit. You see the story has gone down the drain. So when you look at all this, the entire North is siphoning money. I don't know, because I know they can't develop the North. They don't have that intellectual capacity to do that.
And they're so used to stealing the money now. You would think they've stolen enough for them, but the life a billionaire will live to that billion level, so they would need that money to constantly be coming in, so that they can sustain then the life that they have become accustomed to, off the back of looting from the Nigerian coffers. So they will never be satisfied, as you said, and they will just continue to loot the space. But yes, just a quick, yeah, go on.
Sorry, I want to say something about Akintoye.
Oh yes.
I pray. It is my prayer. We've seen Carlo come, and we'll see how far Carlo has sustained his struggle. We've seen IGBOHO come in also. We've seen how far he has also sustained his own struggle. And I think Prof will be more diplomatic. We need people that can contribute into the struggle.
Yeah,
we really need to get
more intellectual. Is what you're really
to get out of this contraption. But then
the zoological republic.
So big zoological republic. But then I'm looking at I got an information over the week that the state is trying to arrest him. We always arrest those that are no threat to the nation. That's the people who arrest. But those that are threats, will release them. I don't know why. One man, I don't know why you didn't bring up that story.
We did it yesterday.
The story of
Akintoye being arrested.
Okay.
That Ajale Koko was quite upset at the audacity of anybody even suggested that. No, we did it.
Okay, but the one of Boko Haram, all the Boko Harams, they want to free all of them, and they paraded them at Abuja to Nigerians to pardon them. You didn't bring that up. Maybe just check and you'll see it.
No, I saw it, but I just bypassed it. I just thought, no, this That how many times have we done that story? It's catch and I don't know if you go fishing, but in fishing they do it as a sport. They don't really, especially in the Western countries, they don't really catch the fish to take it home and eat. They do it as a sport. So they'll catch the fish, they will unhook it from its from the thing and throw it back into the sea. So that is the Nigerian strategy for fighting Boko Haram: catch and release.
Because you can't imagine that the two men we have, Nnamdi Kanu and IGBOHO, fighting for their people to liberate their people. They are not causing harm to you. All you did was to go after them, kill their people in the attempt to kill them, and those killing Nigerians, you're granting them pardon. You're even asking the same Nigerians they are killing to grant them pardon. I don't understand. That's why the country can't make a headway.
All right. Go on. Did you mute yourself?
No. I'm on.
Yes, just a couple more words and then I'll round off. So finish off that thought. Yeah.
So I believe Professor Akintoye and then the whole Ninas, let them try. We've made the Nnamdi Kanus have made their own contribution. Igboho has made his own. I know it will be a full encyclopedia for professor to take it to the international committee and say,
isn't it a shame though that we're pinning our hopes on an 86-year-old man when you and I are just blowing grammar on the internet?
One man, somebody will do it.
An 86-year-old man, what are you talking about? Should we all not cover our heads in shame? We're here talking tough on the internet, on the comforts of our home, whilst the professor is on the street fighting for your life. 86-year-old man.
One man, if you get to his shoes, I think you will not turn it down. You also do the same thing.
Yes.
So I believe every right-thinking Nigerian doesn't like what is happening here in Nigeria. So whoever wears the shoes should actually contribute his own quota. And I think that's what Professor is doing at the moment.
And that is what I'm doing too with this, my daily noise making. You may not think, but I'm sure there are people hearing what we're saying and they are knowing that the displeasure is out there. But yeah, thank you, Phil Collins. I was just thinking.
Phil Collins, you need banana.
I wish I can get it from here.
Yeah, I don't know, and I've never seen anybody eat more than one banana. You have entered a new territory with you, engineer. I've never seen anybody eat more than one banana ever in my life, but you've eaten like about 3 now.
No, rational mind said it's Banana Republic, so I have to start eating Buhari.
Banana Republic, this is it.
So I have to eat Buhari.
Are you president of Banana Republic?
Banana Republic. All right. Thank you, Phil Collins. Let's hear more from you, Phil Collins. We don't hear enough from you. So whenever you have the time to spare, please come and spend it with us. Phil Collins, ladies and go on.
Most times when I get the beep on my phone, I just go through and say, oh, this topic, I'll try and meet up. So if I set the reminder, sometimes I used to sleep. Like now, I slept during the day because I came back on time. So I slept during the day. So I was like, I won't miss this topic because I'm so interested in the topic. So that was why I was a little annoyed why you didn't bring up the Boko Haram, or maybe you'll do that tomorrow.
I did see it. They were lining them up and making them hold placards, and I just thought it just irritated me somewhat. I just thought this is just beyond ridiculous. They said they will rehabilitate them and put them back into their communities. And there was a woman that was protesting that she lost her husband to these people, and you are catching and releasing them. So they will go and have yet another life, but then of course her life is completely destroyed, and her husband's life ended, and that is the story of so many people. The IDP camps are full with the people that these people have destroyed their lives, and you will catch and so I just thought, that I don't want to carry the weight of that because I'll just spend the whole day shouting and screaming and getting vexed. It's just that was just too annoying for me.
And also, Finn Collins, if you're too much a little bit exhausted, you can still buy coffee. You know.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Mm.
Oh, okay. I wondered where you were going then. Oh, all right. Thank you, Phil Collins. Not the famous artist, but the famous social commentator. Phil Collins, a new name to conjure with. So now you're
That,
hearing more from Phil now, and we hope to hear more from you even as
sure.
the days goes on. So thank you, Phil. So we do it in this round. Engineer you, then rational mind, and then I'm going to take on this last voice, and then Janleko can round it off for us. So, engineer, your words. So we just want to make it quick so that we're trying to now try to cut back on the time we spend on this thing. So just short summaries from engineer, then rational mind, and then we hear from Mike King just to make a very short submission, and then as ever, Ajan Lekoko rounds things up for us. So, engineer,
Oh,
to you, yeah.
all right. Thank you, one man, and thank you all. Just what I would say regarding our lovely country, Nigeria, is just we need to keep praying and keep pushing it hard and keep, you know, explaining to people that the country will be fixed. Hopefully, one day when things goes well. And in terms of our brothers in Nigerian custody, which is the Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Ubohu, these two guys, they are part of the people that makes Nigeria to become well known to every country on earth. So things like this, we just have to keep pushing things hard, and we have to like keep praying for them. And for our leaders who they decide to punish people, they decide to make things hard for the citizen of the country. Let's still keep praying God should forgive them, and we pray that things will be fine. And for our brothers in America, who they decide to call Banana Republic, and I will take permission from Rational Mind, because for using such word, I feel like I need to be eating banana every day so the country will be good. So thank you very much, and God bless us.
All right, thank you, engineer. So, you next, rational mind.
Yeah,
Hopefully, we see you in the future sessions. So,
yeah.
you next, rational mind. Yeah.
It's just I just see Nigeria as a crime scene, and it's going to take a real leader to come and clean up that crime scene. I was just thinking about uh, this man Dangote. I mean, how he has milked that country, how he has enriched himself at the expense of the misery of most Nigerians. I mean, those money that they've been giving to him. I mean, they could give it to some other people to start up their own business. I mean, why one man, not you one man, but I mean, why one person as a Dangote, being the only person licensed to do certain things in Nigeria? Why not open the field? If you say you're a liberalized economy, why don't you liberalize it and let other people? Why just give this one person, this one individual? Why must you give him this preferential treatment? To me, it makes no sense. And so that's to tell you the kind of country we find out. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we Nigerians, we find ourselves in that country. And so for me, I just look at it that except something is done, like the other guy spoke, is it Professor, what's his name? That spoke before, engineer. You know, it's we're not going forward in that country. It's going to be business as usual. And if this man sees that, okay, these people, you're lying about me, you're trying to like bring my name to disrepute, I mean, why don't you go to court? You know, I mean, that's to tell you that that country, a lot of things is wrong with that country. And until that those things are fixed or something is done, I don't see us moving forward in that country. That's my submission.
All right. Thank you very much, Rational Mind. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Rational Mind, ladies and gentlemen. So, Ola, your quick words as well, and then Ajanle Koko gets the floor. Ola, to you. Oh, have we got Ola? Oh, we don't seem to have Ola. So, okay. Thank you, Ola, anyway. So then, Ajanle Koko, just sum it off, just a few words from you.
Nigerian leadership, I call them looters. They have failed that country. They have failed that country completely. Bola Tinubu is taking treatment in abroad. because you didn't put in place good medical facilities in Lagos for over 20 years that he has been holding Lagos State at his jugular. Ngige, the Minister of Labor, entered into agreement with the medical workers, promised to pay. He entered into agreement to pay them 35, increase their hazard allowance from 5,000 naira that they are currently paid to 33% of their basic salary. But when it comes to the time to fulfill this agreement, he failed to fulfill it, but instead started to bully the doctors, the medical workers, that they'll be fired and stuff like that. It's unfortunate that those kind of people are in the position of leadership. The president failed in entirety by promoting nepotism, promoting tribalism, putting all these people in all strategic position in the federation. He failed to secure the country. Instead of going after, using the military to go after the herdsmen, the FALANA herdsmen, using the military to go and kill the Igbo people in eastern Nigeria, using the military and the DSS to go after IGBOHO, to kill people at IGBOHO's house, savage his house, took 12 of his heads to Abuja and kept them inside DSS illegal custody. They kept Nnamdi Kanu in detention, and they didn't bring him to court after when court ruled that he should be brought to court. So we have all form of illegality being run from the president to the governors and downward. All people in governmental position, they operate by illegality, illegal act. They operate by, carry out everything that was illegal. They have no respect for rule of law, and that country is one of the most unsafe country in the world. The third unsafe country in the world after Iraq and Afghanistan. Poverty capital of the world. It is time for Nigeria to realize that if we don't have restructuring, we cannot have a nation. The nation called Nigeria is not a nation. Is meant for some bastard, those criminals, looters in position of authority to continue to loot the resources and not to better use the resources to better the condition of living of their people. So Nigerians must stand up. We must fight together. All the Southerners must see themselves as one people and stand up for restructuring. Without restructuring, they don't give us restructuring, then we campaign for Yoruba Nation, we campaign for Biafra Nation, we campaign for all our nation. Let's everybody go their separate way. Maybe by doing that, we will get to the promised land. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, of course, the sessions now, they're looking like they're never really complete until you guys hear the voice of Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko sums things up for us. So, we've been back and forth with several topics, and the marquee item, of course, was is Nnamdi Kanu is essentially now uh, the de facto president of the de facto governor general of the eastern space. There's a strong argument to say that is the case because he singularly has the voice to move that space like none other. So first, a lot of the people described him as just some rascally boy from Umahia, but it looks as though with perseverance and persistence, his potency has come to fore. The Eastern quarters have always had that belief in him. So let them sum it up in their own words. As I bid you goodbye here, and I join you in the comment section, and here I say peace, peace, and Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boli Mary Nnamdi go onye do I walk. O Mary woni nizu ngiro ya abakare. Mamanda ora, una boogie Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi.